StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Georgia won the 2021 National Championship. Alabama won the SEC title. The road back to the ATL starts next week in Atlanta with SEC Media Days, and the next round will be there live. Our coverage daily is presented by Precision Sports Medicine, also by Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and Dr. Pepper. The kickoff.
Mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my only son, and listen closely to what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Oh, take your time, don't live too fast. Troubles will come and they will pass. We'll find a woman, yeah, and you'll find love. And don't forget, son, there is someone up above. And be a simple kind of man. Oh, be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Get your lust, the rich man's gold. All that you need is in your soul. And you can do this if you try. All that I want for you, my soul, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man. Oh, but something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can?
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You guys laugh at my alerts that I get right at 9 o'clock because one of them is always the show is starting right now.
That's right, like it's a surprise.
Which you really don't need an alert for because you're sitting right here. But I got one just now. The alert says, don't forget Maggie's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, that's a good alert.
Yeah.
You know, I used to always remember the birthdays for certain people. Remember in school you had to put the heading of the date?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. On everything.
Yeah, on the right side.
Yep.
And so I'll be like, oh, yeah, it's somebody's birthday. But now, sometimes I don't see the date.
You know,
7/12/2022 today. I didn't know if you knew that.
I don't know the significance of that outside of it's the day before Maggie's birthday.
today is my mom's birthday. I called her before the show to wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Brown.
That's right. And
Makes a hell of a pecan pie.
she does. You're absolutely right. You love that pecan pie.
I do,
didn't you?
yeah.
They were so good.
Minis, you can eat like 7 and not feel bad about it.
Yeah, she makes those little. They're like those little mini trays. You've had one. I know
I
that
have,
one. I'm
yes.
just explaining to the viewer/listener. Those mini trays, and it's just a little mini pecan pie. You can buy them in a store, but I mean they're better homemade.
Right. Yeah. I mean, those ones in the store have been,
Yeah.
halfway
I will go.
across
I will
country.
go. Now that you have said this, you can expect those every Christmas. Now that she's heard you say how much you
Well,
like them.
and Thanksgiving, hopefully.
Thanksgiving. That's right. That's when she makes them first. Is Thanksgiving. Yeah. So
Look
the
forward.
pecans are in season over in Calhoun County.
My mom's birthday was this past weekend, and my advice was to her was don't go anywhere near Zach Wilson with the Jets.
Wow.
Or Delonte West.
Or Delonte West.
Are you surprised? I mean, I don't know if the Zach Wilson story is true or not about him having a relationship. We brought it up on the show yesterday. Are you surprised photos of the supposed?
Yes.
That's why I think the story might be false.
Well,
everything comes
and
out
that's
on the
one of the
internet
things
now.
I was going to say. Look, Zach Wilson is young, so this mom could be in her early 40s, and I mean
Right.
there are some complete smoke shows in their early 40s. But when
As I get older, there seem to be more and more of those.
well, I think that's what happens with age. But Dax Milne, really a good receiver in his own right at BYU. His roommate, if most people haven't seen this story, now plays it for the Commanders. This is the guy that is now engaged to his high school sweetheart, Zach Wilson's. And looking at pictures of his high school sweetheart, she's legit.
Yeah.
And then you've got the girl that the Instagram star that Zach Wilson's apparently now dating, who is a very nice-looking young lady in her own right.
Yeah, she's a Yankees fan, but yes.
So you're going to tell me a New York Jets starting quarterback,
crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's already got a net worth of 8 figures.
Yeah, he's able to get some good-looking women to date him, Lance. But the story is that one of the things that ended the relationship with the previous girlfriend was that Zach Wilson had an illicit relationship with his mom's best friend. And my point is, the thing that makes me doubt this story now is we don't have photos of the mom's best friend. There are photos of everything on the internet, everything. Nothing happens without the world finding photos of the people involved.
We haven't seen that roll back around yet.
No, I haven't. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I've got my Twitter alert set for this story. I don't really care.
Well,
Zach
I'm
Wilson-
Googling right now.
You're not gonna, yeah. I mean, it wasn't out there yesterday.
Zach Wilson's mom's best friend. Is
Yep,
that all you're Googling?
that's what I'm doing.
Oh, that'll be fantastic.
Stacy's mom.
We'll bring that up as we move on. It's a big day. Braves play the Mets again tonight over at Truist. It was a Max Scherzer show last night. He was dominant for the Mets. Big win for New York. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on in the show. It is day 5 of the World Games. It gets really good today. We got men's lacrosse tonight for the gold medal, as the Americans are 1 win away from taking gold there. I saw a medal count. Taylor Kaufman on CBS 42. I caught her sportscast last night, and she gave a medal count. Germany had like 15 golds, and the Americans have just 1.
What?
We just had 1 gold medal going into the day.
Germans have got to be juicing.
What are we doing?
Are you sure that's right? I thought I saw more yesterday.
I thought we had just, according to her graphic last night, we had 1 gold medal in the 10 o'clock news last night.
All right, there's a complicated reason I'm laughing at you. The fact that you were watching CBS 42 News made me wonder what were you watching when the news came on.
I was watching.
I know something. Yeah.
It's going to shock you. I was watching Mad Men, and when I turned, I don't like to leave.
I know.
It's only one madman.
Yeah, Mad Man.
Did I say
one
Mad
angry,
Men's?
one angry human. Mad Man. Yeah.
Is it Mad Men, not Mad Men?
Men. You said man.
Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men. Excuse me.
I got the picture, by the way.
Okay, hold on. Can you send it to Forrester?
On this computer. So.
Most humans could.
Just let me. You keep talking about your Mad Men's, and I'll try to figure this out.
I just asked the guy if he could land on Mars, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Mad Men. I was watching an episode of that, but I don't know about you. I don't like to leave my app. My app's open, right? I don't know if it
on
slows
your phone?
on television, anything. I like to go back to the television setting, the live TV setting. And when I got out of the Prime Video app, it was on CBS 42, and her sportscast was starting.
Okay.
And her end of sportscast graphic, she did American softball post game, American lacrosse, inline hockey post game, lacrosse update, graphic, and it had the Americans with only one goal. And I was like, shocking.
Yeah. No, the reason I was laughing at that, though, is because Doug Segrist, who I host The Zone with on 3340 Sunday night, said, hey, did you see the 60 Minutes story on that Saudi Arabian prince or something? Some guy from Saudi Arabia was talking. And I assumed it was about, the LIV tour, but it was like about world politics, right? And he goes, did you see that interview? And my literal response, and I laughed at myself as I said it, was, oh, no, the golf wasn't on CBS this weekend.
That's exactly right. You never know what leads you in to a newscast.
60 Minutes will be the golf for NFL. I can promise you that's all that leads me into it.
So we've got all the World Game stuff happening. You can get a full schedule right now at Next Round Live on Twitter. Next Round Live on Twitter. Tomorrow's Big 12 Media Days, and also we're in Atlanta next week for SEC Media Days. We'll wait for Forrester to pull that up. But right now, if you will, LT, tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill. Let's start off there with Hemp Hill today. They like to keep things running right, draining right, flowing right. Adam, Chad. In fact, we're going to be hanging out with the folks from Hemp Hill on Thursday out in Trussville, Axe Downtown Trussville. They'll be hanging out with us in our show out there on Thursday, 4 to 5 o'clock in Trussville. Come by and say hi to us.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to my good buddy Chad last night. Look, the heat warnings or index, or what were they?
The heat index,
the
104.
indices.
Yeah. So, look, the one thing you don't want is that AC to go out. Look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. It happened to me last year. They put in a new unit, my top floor. Call them today, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there. I trust to fix it right. First time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right. Lunsford just gave me an updated medal count. We have picked up another gold since I have seen since last. It was a late night gold medal.
It has too, so that could have happened overnight.
Yeah. So there you go. It's an overnight gold medal.
So we're up to 2?
We're up to 2.
Yeah, softball's a lock, though, right?
I don't know. We're semifinals today.
Well, who's any good?
Semifinals today with Australia. They're pretty good.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a lot.
6 o'clock down at the Hoover Met. 10-2 over Canada last night.
So if it's semifinals, is it just one and done? If we win this one, we move on to the finals?
Yeah.
And then the finals, is that like a best
Finals
of 3?
is tomorrow night, 8 o'clock.
So they're going to be done by tomorrow night in softball, huh?
Yeah.
And is it just one game in the finals?
Yep.
Wow. I would have done a best 2 out of 3. I don't want to tell them how to run the world game.
I would have too. I think that's only fair.
Don't you think that would draw a lot of fans? A lot of fans are going to those games.
The Americans will be playing tomorrow regardless. If they lose, the losers played for the bronze medal tomorrow in the first game, and then 8 o'clock for the gold medal game tomorrow.
So softball's over after Wednesday night, huh?
Yeah.
How about that?
There's tonight, 6 o'clock for the American softball as well. The lacrosse game is 7 o'clock tonight, I believe, down at UAB for the gold medal there. Inline hockey, the Americans playing for gold. So we can start racking up some gold medals here today. Jay Perry is listening out in Dallas. He says we have one day that the high is not 100 plus for the next 10 days. Might need to see if Hemp Hill can make it out to Dallas. We can get you hooked up. Somehow, Jay Pear. Hit us up in the chat room. Let us know, do you have rolling blackouts happening out in Texas? Because we had one on the show yesterday.
We do. I don't know. Okay, so going back to, what is today? Tuesday, Saturday night, that storm that came through. I was in a restaurant. Power went out in the restaurant 4 or 5 times. I mean, that was one of those where the rain is going sideways.
Right, wind shear.
And so you understand when power goes out like that, but when we're sitting here and we have multiple power outages, and it really wasn't that hot out yesterday.
No. I
Low
believe
90s.
I believe they were just, I don't think it was an area. I just think we were just working in the Blue Lake Center. But out in Texas, they're
asking people to turn appliances off.
Yeah, they're in their own grid, right? Texas has their own power grid, and I think they are a little shaky right now.
I think something's going on, though. Saturday night before I went to that restaurant.
Conspiracy, Lance thinks something's going on?
Let me explain this. So roommate was fixing something in the oven.
There's an upset.
I was taking Leighton out to dinner.
Okay.
And so I'm sitting on the couch about to leave, and I look in the oven, and I see it looks like poltergeist, an explosion, like I can't even explain it, like fluorescent lighting, the coil in the back. There's sparks going everywhere.
Right. How old's the oven?
I mean, maybe 8 years.
Was it a microwave?
No, it's just a G stainless,
Okay, so it wasn't a microwave.
No.
Okay.
And so cut it off, and I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do now. Do you guys know how to fix an oven?
You know I don't, Lance.
No, but from that to the storm to the outages, I just think something's going on.
What do you think might be going on?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
Generally, people have
These things happen in threes, though. Look, my oven,
Lance's oven,
the storm,
and the power outage here yesterday. That's the three. Well, we're past the three then. That's good.
If we got any good G guys that can take care of appliances, let me know.
Forrester has the picture that LT wants to see here. This is
I want to see it. I didn't even bring it up.
Zach Wilson's mom's best friend, who allegedly.
Did they take that from the blimp?
My
Can
goodness.
we not get closer?
Is this back a college zap?
I don't.
That looks like his mom.
I don't know.
That's his mom.
That's his mom. Yeah,
Yeah, that's his mom. Not that I've been
that's his mom, because I tried to look for it. That's what she looks like on Instagram. So
okay, the only reason
what I saw, pull out Zach Wilson's mom in a lineup, but that was pretty quick.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah, you really did. What I saw was Zach Wilson's mom sent this out. It was like her 40th birthday party.
Well, that may be the friend.
And
with
this
her.
is all her friends. And so somebody asked which one is her, and then they circled it. So maybe her was Zach Wilson's mom. But I would assume the friend's got to be there, right?
Yeah, a lot of candidates in that photo. I don't know which one you would zero in on.
Well, I would go with the one in the front of mom. I mean, I'm just saying, if we're taking a flyer.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, again, that's why I think this story is false. You would have a photo and everything we'd need to know about this woman you'd have right now if this were a true story.
It's not a bad looking group of people. Good for Zach Wilson, quarterback of the New York Jets. Yeah, that's a pretty serious post. We don't want to play that. That's Zach's mom last night.
Oh, is she upset about it?
No, she's posting on just what a threat online is to young people in America today.
So you do know who the mom is.
I mean,
It was a story in the New York Post today, and I was trying to see if it was going to make the morning rounds. I just don't put stuff in the morning rounds. I read them and give you the best of the best.
Well, since we're talking juicy gossip related to sports, this morning when I was getting out of the car, they were talking about the new 30 for 30 with Derek Jeter.
Who was talking about this?
It was a random talk show. It had nothing to do with sports.
I've seen the promos.
They were talking. It's a 7-part series. Do you guys realize that?
It's like they're doing the Jordan treatment.
Well, and they bought a billboard just outside Fenway Park during the Yankees Red Sox series to promote it. I mean, that's how heavily they're promoting this. Is they were like in the face of Red Sox fans.
But before they set it up, the girl that was talking, she said, "Look, we want to get into this Derek Jeter scandal, these allegations." And the dude said, "Well, let's promote the documentary before. Let's talk about what's going to go into it." So I don't know what they're going to be talking about.
What are the allegations?
I don't know. I got out of the car.
Well, I mean, I know the one promo I saw that he and A-Rod did not have a relationship that was.
Well, I don't think
was positive.
Most people like A-Rod, right? I mean, I think most people would be Team Jeets in that one, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and Jeter basically said, in the promo I saw, the trailer, I guess, said that if we had had cell phones back at the beginning of my career probably would have lasted 3 years. This is what he said.
Oh, I don't doubt that
or
at all.
social media. I can't remember.
No,
I think it was social media.
Derek Jeter enjoyed New York, and I think he probably, there are a lot of athletes before Jeter. I mean, could you imagine if we had cell phones back in like the Babe Ruth era?
Yeah.
Just the stuff you know about Babe Ruth. Imagine if...
I think he said social media, but cell phones back then was crazy.
Even, yeah, social media.
Or even
whatever.
Bear Bryant, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Or Joe Namath.
Yeah, guys were able to have some anonymity back in the day. You do not anymore. I mean, we just Googled and found a mom of a low-tier NFL quarterback. I mean, nothing is a secret anymore. And Jeter, I mean, the stuff we know about Jeter's crazy.
Well, we always heard that story that he would take a girl home and send her home with a basket.
That is correct.
1 hour ago, Newsweek has shot this down. Derek Jeter is saying the one night these never happened.
The basket.
The
for
getaway
night?
basket.
Yep, the bag of gifts.
Okay, well, that's probably in the documentary.
Yeah, could be an interesting
Do you
documentary.
know if it's been made with Jeter's blessing?
Oh, he's interviewed.
So he's in it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
It is. It may be by the same producers. It has the same feel as the Jordan one during the pandemic.
Why did people kill me when I called him maybe the best shortstop of all time? But I don't see anybody making a Sean Dunston documentary.
Or Dave Concepcion.
documentary.
Ozzie Smith. SEC Media Day, 6 days in Atlanta. The headlines that you need to know here in the opening break after we tell you about our friend Dr. B, who has finally got LT's hair looking good enough for us to take him to Atlanta next week.
Oh, thank you, Don. Look, unfortunately, with age, things fall out, things fall apart. For me, it was hair last year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you've got to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Goose says nothing is secret except Jeff from Aniston's appearance. That is true. Jay Pear from back in Dallas. Apparently everything is being run through Jeter for approval, so it won't be juicy at all.
Oh, yeah. So
Nah,
he's
I
got
kind of
final
agree with
sign
that.
off. Yeah.
That does hurt it a little bit.
Well, don't you believe that was the same case with the Jordan one, though, right?
Probably so. Smuff23 says, I saw on Twitter someone tweet Zach Wilson and his mom's best friend represents the first time the Jets have scored over 40 in the last decade. It's a good tweet.
That's actually very funny.
That's a good tweet.
That's very funny.
All right, your headlines is Alabama signs another quarterback yesterday, which is not always par for the course, right? To get two quarterbacks in the same recruiting class. Dylan Lonergan picks Alabama over South Carolina, Stanford, and Ohio State. Brown, you noticed something about where these quarterbacks are ranked nationally by 24/7 and on 3 Sports.
Yeah, I looked at both of those because those are your consensus rankings, 24/7, and then I think, if I'm not mistaken, On 3 includes 24/7 in their consensus. So it's like consensus plus, right, for On 3. Both of them have these as the number 8 and number 9 quarterbacks in America. I mean, think about that for 1 second. Most schools would kill to sign a top 10 quarterback in a signing class, wouldn't they? I mean, there are only 10 schools that do it in theory. Well, not this year because Alabama has signed 2 of them. So most schools would kill just to get a top 10 quarterback. Alabama gets number 8 and number 9. When it appears that, they were in the Arch Manning running. They were in the running for number 1. They don't get him, so what do? They go get number 8 and number 9. I mean, it's just the rich getting richer.
But do you feel like you're hedging your bet a little bit there?
Yeah.
That if you sign 2 and one's 8, one's 9, you're thinking, well, surely one of these guys will work out.
Surely I got a winner.
Yeah, I think the way it works now is you sign as many quality quarterbacks as you can, and you just let it play out.
Yeah.
And some of these guys are going to transfer.
That's
the way it
okay.
is.
Yeah, that's okay.
As long as you get one that pans out, that's all that matters.
That's right. And if I'm a quarterback, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm a quarterback, I am far more likely now to go into that situation with the ability to transfer than I used to be. Like, Texas will probably sign another quarterback in the Arch Manning. I would guess. I don't know. Maybe they won't. But if you're a quarterback that really wanted to go to Texas, wouldn't you be more likely to now than before? My point being that if you go and, hey, Arch is what everybody says he is, I can easily transfer.
Yep.
Used to, if I did that, I was stuck there for a couple of years and may never get to leave.
Well, and how about this? You go there, and if Arch turns out as good as he is, you probably would have the backing of the Texas coaches saying, hey, look, he was really pushing Arch. This guy can play. And if you're almost as good as Arch, anybody would want you.
Like,
without even seeing tape on you.
Yeah, this Lonergan kid from Georgia might be the better quarterback. I mean, they're 8 and 9. That doesn't mean that one of them is 100% better than the other one. He might actually win the job. And I guarantee you, today he thinks he's going to win the job.
Yeah, but the Lonergan kid, the interesting thing, Dunaway's always said this, who was recruiting him?
That's
Who
right.
did Alabama
Who'd you pick
win
him
out
over?
over? Now, there's something that goes into this. It was over South Carolina and Stanford.
And Ohio State, it's what the list said.
Didn't even see Ohio State. But he said, look, I have to play baseball and football. And anyone that said I couldn't play baseball, they were immediately out.
Okay.
So you just wonder if that's
So
what
Nick Saban
narrowed this
said,
down.
you can play baseball.
Until you're our quarterback.
Oh, I've seen you. You can play baseball, yeah. But, I mean, I guarantee you the Lonergan kid thinks he's going to come in and win the job. So does the Holstein kid for Alabama. But if I don't, I've always got it in my back pocket that I'm an Alabama football signee. I mean, just that alone is going to get a lot of people to look at me, right? There are going to be a lot of schools that are like, well, if Nick Saban thought the kid could play, maybe I ought to give him a look.
That opens some doors. Auburn made a move yesterday. The guy that was in charge of Dallas Cowboys scouting from early 2000s all the way until the NFL draft this year, until they decided to make a change. But he's been scouting for like 20 years, the head of scouting for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to butcher his last name. I'm going to say Drew Fabinich. It was worse the second time.
Say, yes.
Fabianich.
You're just loosening up for 12:35, aren't you?
Yeah.
Where is it? Show it
It's
to
right
me.
here in the headlines.
Fabianich. Fabianich.
Yeah.
Drew
Okay.
Fabianich.
Well-respected scout.
So well respected, we don't know his name.
Well, you don't hear a lot of scouts, but reading people talking about this guy, including our friend Ian Rappaport at the NFL Network, says this is a good pickup for Auburn. Cowboys national scout. He'll be the director of football scouting and development down there for the Tigers. So this continues to be the expanding of staffs at major programs to basically handle not only the recruiting and the evaluation of players, but really the evaluation of game tape and portal. This is the kind of guy that will be heading up the portal for Auburn, making sure they're in on the right people as they watch them develop.
Which is what Sal Sinceri, who was a very successful on-field coach, does for Alabama. I mean, when you think about that, a guy that was a very valued on-field coach, a defensive coordinator at Tennessee for a minute, and that's what they've got him doing, shows you the importance of the portal.
Yeah, and I don't know what's more work. I mean, can you imagine watching all the film of people that are eligible for the portal?
Yeah. Well, and then on top of that, you've got other duties. They don't just hire these guys and they don't do a little coaching themselves, you know.
So those are your headlines. We're off and rolling here real quickly. Taylor has texted me, Lunsford. Did you give me bad information? Was she correct with the one gold medal, or is it two?
I just showed you the World Games website that had 2 golds on it.
Okay,
They won in I just had it.
Life-saving?
They
Did we
won
win
in
life-saving?
bowling, women's singles bowling on Monday, July 11th. So that was yesterday at some point. And then
Well, bowling goes late night. I mean, whoever
then-
finishes bowling when the lights are on, they don't do the finals till the cosmic lights come
it
on.
says Shannon O'Keefe won in women's singles bowling Monday, July 11th. I don't have a date, but it says Victor Bermudez Montalvo, which is for Team USA, according to the website, won in B-boys for dance sports.
Yeah.
Dance sports.
There you go. So those women's bowling and dance sports.
Tell Taylor we're sorry.
Hey, the U.S. has 3 not gold medals, but 3 medals in
3 total medals?
in breakdancing. So
Okay. All right. So there's our medal update from the World Games, confusing as it was. Don't forget TWG2022.com for your tickets to all the events and today's schedule as well. When we come back, an interesting day at the Open yesterday as we get ready for the British Open. Some intense comments from Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy. We'll talk a little bit about that. A major suspension in the Canadian Football League involving a former UAB player. We'll get to that. A change on your SEC CBS schedule. That's coming up. And we'll set the table for our guest today. But Braves baseball is on the forefront as part of the conversation when we come back on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV. JohnstonRVCenter.com. The hotline is open, 205-734-0923, Brownie.
Go see America in a Johnston RV Center RV. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. See those Cherokee Alpha Wolves starting as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down. They go all the way up to $329 a month with 10% down and approved credit. You can also see those Coachman Clipper trailers starting at just $16,946. That includes a lifetime warranty. All of that right now at the Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Our show today being brought to you in part by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. Before Brandy tells us about Nichols Outfitters, Big 12 Media Days tomorrow at AT&T Stadium. They'll be the first of the major conference media days to roll out. And later on, we'll talk a little Big 12 football, some of the storylines to look at there. You know, what's sad about including us at SEC Media Days next week, so much time is going to be spent on realignment conversation and NIL conversations and roster and things Nick Saban and Mark Stoops and Jimbo Fisher and all these people have said. I don't know how much football we're going to talk about.
Well, if I'm the Big 12, the focus is getting back to a college football playoff, us being relevant again. If Oklahoma State wins that game against Baylor, they're in the college football playoff. Cincinnati more than likely out of the college football playoff. But, there are a million storylines. Venables to Oklahoma. New era starts there.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
We're going to get to all of that coming up, yeah.
But I'm just saying there's a ton of on-field stuff to talk about. But I agree with you. Unfortunately, realignment is going to take focus.
I've got a proposal for you guys. It just occurred to me. Nichols Outfitters is really excited to announce the opening of their brand new fishing department. If you have not been by the store in a while, you need to check it out. You will not recognize the place. All the brands, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing. It's all you've been asking for. It's the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
I'm not sure I can I need to go by there because I would love to fish.
What is stopping you?
I golf too much right now, I guess, to fish.
You cannot play too much golf.
But I would imagine the thing that keeps me from fishing is I've never been able to do two things, and that is to tie a hook onto fishing string.
Seems important.
Very and also,
important.
I can't get the fish off of my hook when I catch one.
Also important.
Without killing the fish.
Yeah, that probably means you're not a fisherman.
Yeah.
I think you need to stick with golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing the best golf of your lifetime. So I think you need to stick with it.
Well, since you threw the
What are your problems with flying a plane?
I will tell you that yesterday, since Brown has been so nice calling me out for my 80 last week from the old man tees, I was watching him. Usually we go play golf, and my lack of talent eventually over 18 holes eats him up at some point, and he has a bad hole and goes south. He was on his way yesterday to shooting in the 60s from a good distance out at Bent Brook. And I actually played the same tees as he did. And he beat me, I think, ended up being, 16 strokes?
I don't know. I didn't see the scores at the end. Yeah.
You guys just talk each other up nonstop.
Yeah. Well, come play with us one day, Lance. You don't ever play.
Lance, you're a great golfer.
No, Lance won't
I know you're
play.
great.
We'd have so much fun.
Lunsford, I do not want to spend the 5
plays-
hours out there. I spend enough time with these two. I like them.
Pool golf. I like them. Don't love them. Like them.
We were not in the same cart, and we each had our own music playing.
Yeah, by the way,
I was
you
playing my
guys are
music.
out doing your thing.
Yeah. Pool golf.
Got out to the pool with Jack and his cousin Jace yesterday.
Speaking of a score update,
hey, little 30 action.
Oh,
so
we got tied the course record again?
So two 30s in the last 3 or 4 days.
Well, what Jim was too nice to say is I was 2 under coming off 13 and coming off 13 and ended up bogeying the last 4 holes, shoot a 73.
Oh, so the pressure got to you.
It really wasn't. I didn't hit a whole lot of bad shots. I hit one bad shot that whole time.
Truthfully, what I think happened, and he was nice enough not to admit this, but we were about to play a dogleg left around the lake. And finally, we were at Bent Brook, one of our great sponsors, beautiful course out there. And it's a dogleg around the left. But the way it's designed, because we're playing tees that were further back, the cart path is in front of you. So we have our carts parked over to the left, and Brown's got to drive here. I am slow getting out of my cart in this situation because I am opening another Bud Light and pouring it into my next round, cup. And so I popped my Bud Light.
You're becoming David Walls. You know that, right?
I know it. I wasn't in flip-flops. So I pour a new Bud Light in, and I take a sip because it's a hot day, and I set it down, and I'm walking up and off to the side, but I think still a little bit in his vision as he hits his tee shot. And I was moving a little bit off to the left, not in harm's way, but maybe he could feel me, sense me.
Is this golf etiquette?
And he pulls it into the water. And that's where it went south.
No, that was the only bad shot I hit in that stretch, and you did not bother me one bit. I just made a bad swing. I wish I could blame it on you, but I can't. Here is
it ate me up the rest of the round.
You don't think it was pressure? Because the reason I bring this
what's
up.
the pressure? We're just out. It's
we weren't even gambling.
Me and Todd, we weren't even gambling.
This is our Independence Day. We'll get more into that later, right?
Yeah. I wondered if we were going to bring that up. I say we do.
But can we bring John Dickey up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some things we need to say for the podcast. I think.
We will. But when we went out to negotiate a contract one night in Atlanta, Brown, this guy played at Stanford, played collegiately at Stanford.
John Dickey it was one of the owners
of Cumulus,
who we used to work for, and this would have been circa 2011.
Yeah,
I would
this
say.
is 2011. So we go to dinner with him and our 2 agents. It's the 3 of us, our 2 agents, Russ Campbell and Patrick Strong. John Dickey, the owner of Cumulus, and a guy named Richard Denning, their corporate attorney. And it was a very, very nice dinner. I mean, the food was good. I mean, I just meant as far as
it was kind of awkward though.
yeah, it was a little awkward, but I mean, there never got acrimonious or anything. Pretty much, we just talked with John Dickey. He wanted us to stay at Cumulus. We had an opportunity to leave, and he made us a very, very nice offer to stay.
Very nice offer.
Very nice offer, which we eventually accepted. But one of the discussions was, how about this? Because we want, of course,
we had a price.
we had
they
a price,
had
they had a price, and we're trying to meet in the middle. And we kept saying, well, our price is this. Well, our price is this. Well, our price is this. And he said, okay, how about this? And he said, you played college golf, right? And I was like, yeah, Jacksonville State University for a year. And
It did not go down.
It
like
did
that.
not go this
oh,
way.
how did it go?
You were the one that challenged.
You challenged him to golf.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said,
No.
I would have never
No.
used the phrase bucket.
You
Okay,
said.
so I said, all right, well, let's play for it. And he goes, okay, I'll put our offer in a bucket and your offer in a bucket, and we'll play, and whoever wins, we use that bucket.
And me and Dudaway both said immediately, I know.
No, y'all couldn't say it quicker than our attorneys said no. Yeah. It's like, no.
Yeah.
So my only point there was you melted down on the Final Four yesterday.
Yes.
I can't imagine how bad it would have been. on
Yes.
this.
I didn't melt, but anyway. Here was my
But you would admit we would have been making less money if we'd have played for it.
No, because he was. I would have had something on the line. He had nothing on the line.
Where would we all be had Brown played that golf
Oh
game?
my God. We'd probably be under a tent somewhere at a convenience store handing out T-shirts.
Jacob says Dunaway tells stories like an 87-year-old war veteran.
It was a hot day. It was a hot day. I poured one more Bud Light into my can, and I come walking.
I've got to hydrate.
I come walking through the heavy grass up to the 14th tee.
No, I mean,
Didn't think I could climb that hill.
my point to these two idiots and our representation who are not idiots, Lunsford, was that I'm playing for something. This guy's not playing for anything. He's just having a round of golf. Like, he could have easily afforded to pay us what we wanted to pay. It was a massive company. He was just playing the game, right? I'm playing for our future.
Oh, I know.
Zero doubt we would have won that match. Zero doubt.
Says the guy who always tells us that until you're standing over a putt with something big on the line. I mean, you would have been putting for hundreds of thousands of dollars in our family's well-being.
And
That's what
the
would have
thing.
motivated me.
You talk about John Smoltz and the reason that he can never get on the PGA tours. It's a different type
It
of
is
pressure.
a different type of pressure. Yep, from Major League Baseball, and that has been proven out. Right? Even Smoltz, in an interview with us, admitted it.
But I think from you playing Snake with 3 of your buddies on a Saturday at Bentbrook, I think it's a little different than you playing for contracts.
All right, here was my suggestion.
Okay. This is an offer coming up on media days. Can I beat you to your line? You're going to say, let's try not to talk realignment or NIL at all?
Oh, no, those are the big stories. I say that
Wrong, Jim.
I'd back you if you wanted to.
as our show grows, that one year we try to do a show or a couple shows from every major conference media day.
I asked you guys before. Do y'all want to go to Dallas tomorrow?
Of course it was Dunaway's idea. Of course it was Dunaway's idea.
Yeah,
Lunsford.
I mean, Lunsford's right. I mean,
We'll find a sponsor for it. When did you become Mr. Corporate, worrying about the money we spend?
I'm with Lunsford, man. You got to look at the books sometimes.
Well, here's the thing. By the time we get to that point, how many conference media days will there be?
Well, there'll be fewer.
Don't call me Lane
there's
Price
two, then
of
sure.
We're using too many
of Mad
notepads.
Men.
We're using too many notepads and pens.
Mad Men, when I was watching it
Yes.
last night, there was one episode you'll see in the future, Brown.
Don't ruin it for me.
I texted LT instantly, and I said, if we're dividing up characters, which character am I if Mad Men and Next Round are a lot alike? Because as you move forward, there are some storylines that are a lot alike.
and some scary storylines,
Yeah,
too.
I mean, it just changed the names, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the Lee Garner storyline scares me to death.
I don't think
I'll
he's-
tell you, Brett.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lucky Strike.
Oh yeah. Lee Garner. I have a friend, Lee Garner. And I was
different
trying,
one.
I
Different
was
one.
trying to go what storyline is that?
I'm pretty certain I'm Ken Cosgrove.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's who I am.
All I said, LT, who am I? And no need to talk about the answer. I just did not want to be Pete.
No, you're not, Pete.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
If I was Pete, I was
Just
turning
to
my
kick him in
resignation.
the balls, I was going to shoot back Peggy.
I actually would take Peggy. I told him I would take Joan. I mean, Joan is.
Joan's fantastic.
Yeah. If you told me I was Joan, I would be like,
you don't have the wall.
I don't have the chest, but
or the wall.
Or the ass.
A lot of things you don't have Jones got. I think I'm Ken Cosgrove. Yep, that's who I am.
You're going to love a Ken Cosgrove.
No, it gets better.
It's similar to what you saw with episode 6, season 3 last
What's
night.
incredible is we actually worked with a guy that's on that show, Matt Murphy. It's absolutely 100%. I mean, it's
Kinsey.
to the T, Kinsey. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible how much he's like our old coworker, Matt Murphy.
And that storyline will play out to sort of our real life right now.
So you guys are on board with this. If we find a big major sponsor, we go do this.
Well,
I think it'd be fun.
Well, Dunaway doesn't want to stay home.
Yeah. I say we choose one first. Which one would we go first, the ACC or the Big Ten?
Well, we better go to Pac-12 because it ain't going to be around.
I was
going to get all the
SEC and Big Ten
memorabilia
moving forward. So
No,
you know,
I mean,
we only have one
I
more to go
think
to.
one year we'll go to Dallas for the Big 12, if they still do it in Dallas, and now that they've lost a lot of their Texas teams. Chicago for the Big Ten. Of course, we'll do our full, 4 days in Atlanta or Nashville or Dallas, wherever they have the SEC one.
I would rather start with the Big Ten in Chicago.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it'd be fun. I think the listeners would enjoy it.
I think I would rather start, and let's make this a poll question. Would you rather us start going to all the media days or just going to the national championship game regardless of who's in it?
I love how we ask our listeners like they care. Which one do you want, Jim?
I think they care.
By the way, our Lane Price is in the front lobby watching this show.
He really is. And more every day.
Because I was talking to him about per diem. I pitched what I thought our per diem should be for next week.
Right.
It got cut in half.
Which is insane, by the way.
Wait, what I wanted?
Yes.
Well, we're not going to talk about it on the air, but I don't think it is insane.
A quick question for the accountants.
You understand, almost every menu in America has gone up.
Yeah, it has. I just know as traveling around the country with local TV and stuff.
Yeah, you were on Ballard's budget back in the day.
I have a pretty good guess of what a per diem should be. He asked me what it should be. I gave a price. It was half of what he wanted it to be.
So, quick question for Lunsford or any accountants listening. If I own the company, if I'm part owner of the company, and I am on an out-of-town business trip, is golf deductible? Like, can I turn that in on the expense report?
You can, and it gets.
That's where I'm using my per diem.
It's in a gray area, and the way you do it is you take out. Joel Clack comes on the show.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's one of our clients.
My per diem is going to be eating up on my golf while I'm in Atlanta. So I'll just go ahead and let y'all know that.
So you're not going to eat?
Yeah, but I'll probably eat cheap and just play the golf. I'm going to eat either
Are you
way.
playing with Poochie?
Probably, yeah.
Oh,
invite.
Poochie will pay.
No invite from Pooch. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Later tonight, we're at the Barons game. Looking forward to that. Mortgage Right, though, right now during these trying times out there with a lot of people's mortgage. Don't forget just how valuable your house is to you right now in this time. And they tell you that it's more valuable now than maybe any other time for the rest of your life. Let Mortgage Right explain it to you.
Hey, inflation is out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters and want to help make you the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, Ronald Acuna is in the home run derby. So too is Pete Alonso, who's gone back-to-back in the home run derby coming up All-Star weekend. Albert Pujols in his getaway is going to be in the All-Star derby. They're announcing some more players. It'll be a total of 8, but a good list to start with there. When we come back, about the Braves game last night, what to look forward to tonight, and also the passing of a college football coach. That's time at Michigan probably ended way too soon. It's next right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Top of the hour, we'll talk to Clay Travis. Then Matt Wyatt joins us at 10:25. Part of our 40 and 40 countdown today, number 33, is Mississippi State. Buster Olney, late in the show, final hour, to talk about the Braves and the Mets, what we saw last night, what we could see tonight. We'll get into that in just a second after I tell you the Barons have a home game tonight. 7:05 first pitch, gates open at 6, and we'll be out there. Rockstar is singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game in the 7th inning stretch there. Look forward to that. We'll be doing a specialty show tonight at 5:30 to 6:30 on our video platforms on YouTube, Twitch, on Facebook, and on Twitter. So make plans to join us 5:30 to 6:30. We'll do an Ask You Anything, talk a little Barons baseball, be out at the Regions Field tonight. Looking forward to that tonight, 5:30 to 6:30. First 1,000 adults get a T-shirt tonight. Gates open at 6. First 1,000 adults get a Barons T-shirt tonight. And then it's also dollar hot dog night. So a hot dog special all night long, so don't eat before you come out to Regions Field tonight. But it should be a blast. Great weather night out there. And then the storms blow in on Wednesday and Thursday here in the area. So get out and enjoy outside summertime, nighttime with the Barons. Check them out, barons.com. Last night, Max Scherzer comes out and shuts down the Atlanta Braves. He retires 20 of the first 21 he faces. He goes 7 innings. Other than an Austin Riley home run, that guy's still hot. Not an all-star. Is an all-star, not on the team. Mets beat the Braves 4-1, opened the lead back up to 2.5 games. What did you think of Scherzer last night?
I did watch a good part of that game, and Scherzer was unbelievable, man. I mean, 9 strikeouts, no walks, his second consecutive impressive start. Was out for 7 weeks with that oblique situation. This Mets team, when they get DeGrom back, and, this is such a big series that we talked about yesterday for the Braves because you go from 10.5 back to 1.5 back, and this thing could stretch. Game 1 to me was really important when you had both your aces on the hill and Fried and Scherzer.
Not Fried's best outing, man. Didn't have his stuff.
And 5 walks, too.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm going to ask this question because you upset. Yeah, I'm upset may be a strong term, but Braves fans wonder why you don't think Max Fried is a dominant starter. You've said that a number of times, like Max Fried's a good pitcher, but he's not a dominant starter like you may have to have.
Because he's not a power guy.
Well, he's not a power guy, but I did back that up a little bit, and I said, look, it's probably getting fair. Max Fried this year has pitched like a frontline guy.
Yeah.
Didn't last night, though.
Yeah, well, he did not, and you can't judge him on one start, and I know you're not,
Yeah.
But in comparison, Max Scherzer is a dominant one.
And there looks like there's no slowing down. I mean, he's fantastic. 6-1 this year, abbreviated year for Scherzer. But if he can stay healthy, and again, when they get DeGrom back, that was a big win last night for the Mets. After the Austin Riley home run, it cuts it to 2-1. Ozuna has the double. Place gets electric, and you think they got something cooking, but Scherzer was able to get out of it with a strikeout.
He is such a stopper, even at his age there. What a great outing for the Mets. But now you get to do it again tonight, and you go 6:20 on Bally's, and we'll see what the Braves are able to do. Chris Sale, by the way, making his debut start, coming off the injury list for Boston tonight in Tampa. Tampa got them last night, a big win, 10-5. And you also get the Dodgers in St. Louis tonight, 6:45 on TBS.
But Spencer Strider going for the Braves tonight, he is a power pitcher.
Yeah, you like him, and he has been striking people out at a record pace.
He might end up being your rookie of the year.
How much to wear that mustache?
I couldn't do it, man. I can't.
Oh, there is a price.
No, there's a price. I'm just saying I'm one of those. I don't know how many guys can pull off the mustache. I see them all the time now.
Well, his is...
the complete fire department sat in front of me in walk-ons the other day, and every one of them had a mustache.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a statement.
Yeah, a lot of them in baseball right now. Yeah. Passing of Gary Moeller, the guy who followed Bo at Michigan. He died yesterday at the age of 81. Now, this guy followed a legend in Bo Schembechler, all right? Follows the legend. He wins 19 straight Big Ten games at one point at the time, which was a Big Ten record. He was 44, 13-3, and he gives way to Lloyd Carr because he has a drunken outburst at a local restaurant that ends up getting him fired. He had 7 drinks served to him, according to AP reports back then in 1995. 7 drinks served to him. The waitress and restaurant staff cut him off. He became angry with them, some pushing and shoving with some of the restaurant staff, and then, according to reports, took a swing at a police officer. Ended up, they would not even arrest him at the jail, according to the AP. They took him to the local hospital because they were fearful of how much alcohol he had. And they made a change. Lloyd Carr took over, and we all know Lloyd did a good job, won a national championship.
But going back to that, Let me ask you guys, if that same situation went down today, which would be much different with social media, with Jim Harbaugh coming off a spot in the college football playoff, do you think they would fire him?
If he was allegedly took a swing at a police officer, if he pushed some restaurant staff, was angry to the female waitress, yes, it would.
The LA Times story was the one that was linked off the Wikipedia account of this. And the way they worded it, and this is from back in 1995, according to Southfield Police, he was intoxicated and punched an officer in the chest. Now, there's a lot of ambiguity in that sentence.
That could be this right here,
yeah,
really
it could
hard.
be pointing him in the chest. I mean, I'm not inclined to think he just reared back and punched the guy in the chest.
I think that's what it was. I remember, when the story came out the week of that he was poking the guy in the chest.
Yeah.
Now, that'll get you tased now.
Yeah. What is sad, though, is, I remembered it as he got arrested for DUI. That's the way I remembered the story. I mean, this is 1995. I was, a freshman in college when this happened. So it's a long time ago. But I remembered it that he got arrested for a DUI, but that wasn't even it. He was just at a restaurant.
Yeah, and see, and Forster is right from the back row there. What would make it worse nowadays, LT, there'd be video of it.
Yeah. Or better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because when I say punched in the chest, that's everything from poking in the chest to just rearing back and letting it go.
Yeah, but if he's drunken and ranting at a restaurant staff,
that's not going to look great. There's no doubt.
Lloyd Carr took over for Gary Moeller, but Moeller passes away yesterday at the age of 81. One of the guys who did a really good job following a legend. You don't have many of those in college football.
But I was going to bring this up. Back-to-back 8-4 is his last 2 years there, and for Michigan fan, that wasn't enough. That's one of the reasons that it made it easier to fire him. I didn't realize he was 81 though.
Yeah, 81 years old now, and he had coached at Michigan for over 20 years. One of only a handful of people who had done that. All right, when we come back, Clay Travis joins us to talk about everything going on in the sports world, and Matt Wyatt. Stay tuned. This is The Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks in the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the show, hour number 2. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar will be here in the second. Lunsford manning the controls. Forrester on the back row with all the video content as we are 46 days away from week 0 of college football. Monday, we start our week of live coverage in Atlanta at SEC Media Days. Big 12 Media Days tomorrow out in Dallas at AT&T Stadium. Alabama picks up a 4-star quarterback yesterday in Dylan Lonergan. Also, we've got the World Games going on here. Day 5, lacrosse men's gold medal game tonight at 7 down on the UAB campus. The Americans playing for gold there. They're playing for gold in the inline hockey. And semifinals game for USA in softball out at the Hoover Met. Great crowds for that. 6 o'clock tonight against Australia. Those headlines brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is the perfect place. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour and find out why the school is loved by U.S. News and World Report and by Southern Living. It's beautiful, and they haven't raised tuition in 5 years. Great price point, great education, montevallo.edu.
All right, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Fox Sports joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. You may remember this story better than I did, frankly, since your wife is a Michigan grad, but we were just talking about the passing of Gary Moeller and his unfortunate firing after he replaced Bo Schembechler. And we wondered, as we often do, how that would be received today. If you don't remember the details of the story, he had been overserved at a restaurant. They cut him off. He became angry. The LA Times, I pulled up the LA Times story, reported he punched a police officer in the chest, but there is no video, so you don't know how serious that was. I mean, he was a fairly successful replacement at the time. You just wonder how that is handled even today.
Yeah, I mean, there'd probably be video today,
yeah,
right?
Which could help him, by the way, because we were talking about a punch in the chest could be interpreted many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think putting your hands on a police officer
Bad idea.
when you are a head coach or in any kind of position of prominence, or if you're just a regular, regular person out there, is a bad idea. So I tend to think that probably would get him fired anyway. But this is one of those questions, we debated for years. What would Nick Saban have to do at this point to get fired at Alabama? I mean, you saw Juwan Howard slap a coach pretty aggressively in the face, and what did he get? 3 or 4 games, and that story basically is disappeared. I tend to think if you can weather 24, 48 hours of bad news, people move on pretty quick. I mean, we'll see what happens with Deshaun Watson, but there's over 24 women I think now who have accused him of sexual assault, and he may get suspended like 6 games or 8 games for that before all is said and done. So there definitely appears to be someone tweeted this. I'm not sure who the person was, but I think it's an interesting point. It seems to me that we have created a society where some people get wildly overpunished for relatively trivial things, and other people do really bad things and nothing happens to them. And that seems to be kind of the social media universe in general. I mean, if you think about what people typically are getting canceled for in a social media universe, it's oftentimes very inconsequential things, right? And then we've got, it feels like guys get away with nearly murder on the flip side sometimes. So I think that's probably part and parcel of the world that we have created. And I always say, and have been saying for a long time, you need to do 2 things. One, if you're not facing time in prison, then all publicity is good publicity. I really do believe that. And 2, most of the time, you just need to hold on for someone to do something dumber than whatever you did that has become a major story. Because there's almost always somebody who's gonna. There's always the new thing that's gonna be the bright, glistening. Oh my goodness, can you believe that? In a social media era, there's just very little that lasts.
Clay, a lot of people joke around. How many friends do you have that would help you bury the body? I've probably got a couple.
Do you think any are in this room?
Yeah, I think now.
Now that we're in business together?
I think now that we're in business together, absolutely.
Well, it might also depend on who the victim is, right?
Yeah, it does. But I was going to ask you talk about Nick Saban, what would get him fired? I'm almost to the point, there's a lot of cops around here that would help him bury the body.
Well, look, when I was in Tuscaloosa, I remember several years ago, I noticed that the head of the Tuscaloosa Police Department had a national championship ring.
Smart move.
And this is like 8 or 9 years ago now, right? I don't even know off the top of my head certainly who the head of Tuscaloosa Police Department is right now. But I don't think that's crazy, right? I think there are a lot of college towns where there are really good relationships between the police department and the university athletic department. I think those tend to be smaller towns, right? The Tuscaloosas, the Oxford, the Starkvilles of the world. I used to joke that, Morgantown, West Virginia was like Deadwood. They just had a hillside where they just buried people in Morgantown, West Virginia. And like nobody, because you think about the number of players that have come through Morgantown, West Virginia. I think they had Chris Henry and Pac-Man Jones at the same time. And somehow those guys managed to stay pretty much out of trouble in the grand scheme of things. I think there was one brawl, if I remember correctly, with a pool stick fight with Pac-Man Jones back in the day. But then the bigger cities like the Nashvilles of the world, they're not that Vanderbilt has a lot of athletes that get in trouble, but I definitely think there's less of a good relationship the larger the city becomes. Knoxville, there's always been tension there. It seems like certainly in Georgia, Athens, and the University of Georgia Athletic Department have not always had a great relationship based on the number of guys that get arrested. So I do think that some of these smaller SEC towns probably have a better relationship, and relatively minor things get sort of taken care of. You remember in Atlanta, remember when Georgia's athletic director got arrested for driving drunk with the woman he wasn't married to in the car, and he had her underwear, I think, in his pocket.
Yep.
I think his defense was that he was holding them for her.
That was his defense. Yeah.
That was his defense. Yeah, not a great defense, but
well, I mean, on the fly, it could have been worse, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know, honey. I was holding them for her. I don't think probably works very well with the wife in that situation. But I guess to circle around on this question, I do think that there are some SEC towns where players and coaches get way more favorable treatment than others. I don't think that's a surprise at all.
I doubt we'll have an SEC network promo showing Big Al digging a grave and sliding a body into it, but hey, you never know. Clay Travis is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. You've got great ties to a lot of people in the SEC office and some presidents and boosters. So I want to ask you a question. Saturday Down South is quoting a couple of sources with one SEC athletic director and a school president saying that the league feels very comfortable at 16 teams for what I think the quote was a robust future. The need to expand isn't there from the SEC standpoint. Is that sort of what your sourcing is telling you, that the SEC right now, not really, they'll escalate this if they need to, but right now they feel really good with their 16?
I think that's true. Notre Dame and what they do, I think, is the wild card here that could sort of change the trajectory of where things go. And what I mean by that is if Notre Dame were to decide to go to the Big Ten, then I think the Big Ten takes a fresh look either at Washington or Oregon, or they decide to go into the ACC. And that's where I think things would get really into a battle royale, so to speak, because so far the Big Ten has sort of allowed the SEC to have its sphere of influence, and the SEC has allowed the Big Ten to have its sphere of influence. The ACC grant of rights evidently is again, I always say evidently because there's lots of smart lawyers out there that can pick apart these agreements to a large degree. We saw that happen with the Big 12 when everything fell apart with them. But in general, the ACC, I think, is the conference. I know everybody's focused on the Big 12 and the Pac-12. But the ACC is the conference where it could turn into a battle royale between the SEC and the Big Ten, because if the Big Ten came into the ACC, they'd be moving into the SEC's footprint. I think the SEC would want to protect itself, and I think you'd really see sort of a dogfight in that context. So while everybody is talking about the Big 12 and the Pac-12, I would submit to you that the ACC is the conference that has more of the desirable schools that could lead to a true throwdown between the SEC and the Big Ten. And I only think that would be precipitated at this point if there is a decision by Notre Dame to join the Big Ten. Then I think there could be an attempt to break into the ACC and see whether that grant of rights is as strong as some people believe. And I would say, even if you want to put it on the calendar, I believe the ACC's television contracts out in around 2036.
Yep.
And the older I get, the faster years seem to come up. But I would think in the next 7 or 8 years, that's more likely to be where the battleground breaks out as we advance towards 2030. And 2036 doesn't seem as far on the horizon as it does now.
Yeah, I would say on the grant of rights deal, ESPN holds those rights, and that's who would benefit the most from the SEC getting, more teams that would make them a better conference. And lest anyone think ESPN wouldn't cut the ACC's throat to help the SEC, we just saw Fox do it with the Pac-12, Clay. I mean, Fox.
The difference I would say there is the Pac-12 television contract was almost up, and the Big 12 television contract is almost up. So that's why I think it would. Again, I have not read or spent hours and tens of hours, the hundreds of hours probably, contemplating the grant of rights with the ACC. But my understanding, it doesn't end until 2036. I think as you get closer to 2030, and that horizon is not as far off into the future, I think that is where the ACC could find itself on the chopping block in a way maybe it isn't right now. Again, presuming that grant of rights is reliable. And remember, yes, ESPN may have the television contract, but there's also all sorts of complicated fiduciary interests there. That there are lots of beneficiaries of that school. For instance, if I am, and I'm just tossing out a couple of schools, Boston College, and I am Wake Forest, there's no way that I'm going to be able to go on the open market and get anywhere near as much as I'm making as a member of the ACC right now. So if the ACC blows up, then they're going to be furious, and I imagine those schools would be suing to try to enforce many of the terms of the grant of rights. And so there are a lot of different moving parts. I would imagine ESPN would be a party to any of those lawsuits in the event that happened.
Clay, still an unknown whether or not Zach Wilson will be a good NFL quarterback, but this story going into his second year with the Jets is pretty incredible. I guess everything in today's world is believable, but boy, this one's next level.
Yeah, the report is that he was hooking up with his mom's friend, Cougar Love, I guess is what you would call that, which is ironic because he went to BYU. You're, what is he, 24 and a multimillionaire quarterback for the New York Jets? And if I were him, I don't know that I'd be going after women in their 40s. Maybe his age range right now is, 18 all the way up to 50. But I think I'd probably, if I were him, sort of focus in the 18 to 28 year range. That seems pretty. Seems like for a starting quarterback in the NFL, I would imagine that he's not that he's fishing in some pretty good water, so to speak. There, so I don't know that he's got plenty of time to be hanging out with women over 40.
The United Nations tells me we'll pass 8 billion people on the planet in November. Give me the number where we cut off. Are you the top 100 most hated people, top 1,000, top 1 million? Where do you think your list is on a planet of 8 billion people?
I think you have to take it away. Like, India is about to be the largest country in the world. I'm sure there's tons of people in India that are very despised that none of us have any idea about. Certainly they would have no idea about us. So I think you have to limit it to the United States. We got, 330 million people?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, really, to a large extent, you guys may find this hard to believe, but I've really kind of become America's sweetheart. I mean, if I walk around, I'm not even kidding about this. If I walk around at an SEC stadium or an SEC tailgate, there are very few people that, you can pick any school in the SEC. And frankly, after the battle to play the Big Ten, you could pick a lot of Big Ten schools where I walk around and, I'm like the Pope all of a sudden. I mean, in all honesty, I know that there's a segment of people on social media who tend to be unhappy and hate everything. But I mean, LT, you can speak to this. You've been out with me in public for 15 years now. What do we get when I'm out in public anywhere in Alabama?
I've said it before. I've never seen any confrontation. You get people that want to take pictures with you.
And it every year seems to get more and more positive.
You're more and more visible, which means we've got to watch what we do now.
I mean, yeah, that's true. And also, last year now on that level, Fox had to hook me up with security. I mean, just because we're going around to so many public venues and everything else. But I was
and you ditch your security, and me and Brown end up going out.
I know, me and Lance had drinks with him.
He was fun.
Right.
You got the same guy.
I think we're going to have the same guys. We had the same a couple of pretty big badass dudes. Yeah, I think they're going to be back. I'm on the road again for the fall with college football bus tour again. I think is the plan right now. But to your point, I mean, I went around, could not have been more accessible, basically to every SEC stadium last year, and I did not have a negative word really said to me anywhere. I take it back. One guy in Knoxville was drunk and mad that I said Kyle Rittenhouse I thought was not going to go to prison based on that trial, and he was yelling at me about that. But that's really legitimately the only time anybody. By the way, I was right, but that's really the only time that anybody ever raised a voice with me about disagreeing with anything. The rest was all pictures and hanging out. And look, I'm everywhere. I was in the stadiums, I was in the bars, I was at tailgates. I really don't see very much negativity in my day-to-day life. So with that said, I would guess. I mean, when you guys know this. When you pick the winner between Alabama and Auburn, the other side's not going to be happy you didn't pick them. So I would guess certainly in the world of sports, just leaving it in sports, I would be top. What do you think? Top 300 most disliked in the world of sports.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is, that probably means I'm also in the top 300 most liked, right? I think it was your boy Barkley, LT. We were out at Fleming's and off 280 there in Birmingham, and he said something. It's probably been like 12 or 13 years ago now, but he said, if you worry about the people who don't like you, then the people who do like you won't like you anymore either.
I like that. Yeah,
That's deep, but it's true.
It's true.
I think it's so well said. So it so crystallized everything. But I really, I don't wear any weight on my shoulders. I don't really worry about the people who like or don't like me. I mean, I think I got the best job in America. So just going to keep on keeping on.
So you're not going to come to Atlanta next week?
No, because that thing is like, well, first of all, our radio show, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I've been on the road. I was in Atlanta for 6 days in a row with the Atlanta Braves, our radio affiliates right there in Truist Park, basically. So I've already been to Atlanta for a week with my kids, and then I was on the road for a month. So I'm home until football season really kind of kicks up in earnest.
All right, he's Clay Travis, Outkick founder. See him at Clay Travis on Twitter. Thank you, Clay.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me.
All right, see you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, we roll on. We'll talk to Matt Wyatt coming up. Part of our show brought to you by The Lock every day. You said you had a play on last night's Mets-Braves game at lanceslock.com. Did that one hit or did it not hit?
Yeah, I had the Mets.
Had the Mets.
Had the Mets plus a little bit, and we were 3-0 last night.
3-0.
So they were 19-7 in July.
19-7 in July. You can get all of Lance's plays at lanceslock.com. And stay tuned there. Go ahead and lock up and get in on the football season and play his picks all through football and basketball coming up. lanceslock.com. He sends out a free one every day, either here on the show or at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. It's brought to you by the great folks at Hemphill. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you call our friends at Hemphill. Ush, one of our great listeners, said he's a new Hemphill customer because he made the switch just the other day. That's what Adam and Chad do. Once you get them in your house there, they take care of it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. You can't beat that. So for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemphill Services. You can call them up right now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. When we come back, we continue our 40 and 40 countdown. One team voted on by you guys, our viewers and listeners, every show until it's game week. And we're at number 33 today, Mississippi State. And we'll talk to former state quarterback, current analyst Matt Wyatt on the other side.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Baumhauer's brings us our 40 and 40 every day. If you're new to the show, we started this over a decade ago. Back then it was just listeners. Now it's viewers and listeners. We get a big group of you. This year it's close to 60 of you who do a preseason ranking with us. And we come up. You send us your 40 teams. We tabulate it just like the Associated Press poll. And we do a preseason poll. And we unveiled it to start with. And then 40 live shows. We count down one team every day, all the way up to the Thursday before week 0. And then our Friday show is Guaranteed Friday. And then we play football. And then it's the great time of year. Today, we're at number 33, and it's Mississippi State. We're about to talk to Matt Wyatt after LT tells us about the great folks at Baumhauer's.
Perfect fit. Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the Alabama market. He was the first to bring wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981 at Wings and Things. And right now they are celebrating their 40th anniversary. Their featured item of the week, the tailgate burger. It's the half-pound grinded burger. It's got the lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles, white bun, curly Q fries, served medium well, only $7.99. We all know inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited-time Inflation Sucks menu. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, our buddy Matt Wyatt is with us now with the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Wyatt? How are you, buddy?
Yo, how are y'all? The boys and the ham. Y'all still in Birmingham?
We're still right here.
Hey, what's in that Stein you're drinking? Is that coffee or you got a cold beer?
It is coffee from a man about 15 miles north of here called Dan the Coffee Man, and he sends me coffee. He even sent me this mug, And you don't know anybody more addicted to the caffeine that comes out of this coffee than I am. And it's to the point that I might as well just admit it. I constantly drink coffee, good or bad. I drink it all day long, man. I'm addicted.
I mean, like, he doesn't have his own plantation where he's harvesting the beans. Yeah.
No, he roasts them. I call him Dan the Coffee Man. He's got a business up there, High Point Roasters in New Albany, Mississippi. And he keeps me caffeinated.
Do you mix up the flavors, or do you have one go-to?
Well, I don't mix very much, but I do grind the beans at home as opposed to buying them already ground. It's just a little fresher that way, and it's a little bit more of a kick. If you can, I can't dunk anymore, but I can jump a little higher with this than I could without it.
I love the humble brag. I can't dunk anymore. I'll tell you what, Matt, I don't drink coffee.
I didn't mean it that way.
No, I don't drink coffee, but I love the dark chocolate coffee beans. I don't know if you guys ever eat those.
Oh, yeah, I've had those.
Those are so good.
Yeah, I've had those.
The espresso beans.
So how late in the day do you go drinking coffee? Like, are you an all-dayer?
It's an all-day thing. I'll have a little bit after dinner at night. I don't eat or anything after 8 p.m., but when I get done with dinner around, 6:30, 7 o'clock, instead of cheesecake for dessert, I just have coffee. Is that bad?
No. I mean, most 60-year-olds do that.
Oh, wow.
my granddad used to pour a cup of coffee after dinner every meal. He'd pour a cup of coffee after dinner and light a Pall Mall cigarette. And he'd go out on the back porch and he'd smoke a cigarette and drink his post-meal coffee.
You know what's weird to me is my Uncle Bill owned a fencing company over in Calhoun County. And when my dad was in college, worked for him. And my dad said the craziest thing is we would work up until lunch in the middle of the summer building fences. And we would go to a restaurant, he'd get a cup of coffee. And it is 1,000 degrees outside in Alabama, and he'd drink coffee. And that's weird to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, and now, like, I guess it's a modern thing. People getting these type of drinks or coffee drinks that are cold, that used to never happen, and they're good. I just like the hot myself. And Jim, I bet your dad, granddad, I bet they brewed that coffee in one of those old percolators.
Oh yeah,
heck yeah.
Yeah, it had a little bubble at the top, and it was
I bet it was Senka and it was black.
It was always black. They refused to put anything in it.
That's right.
They would pour mine out because they let me have coffee even back then. They put sugar in mine
and a Pall Mall,
and I'd sneak that on my own. But they'd pour mine out into a little saucer. And to cool it off, and I would sip it out of the saucer. That's how I would do that.
Okay, well, it's funny you say that, Jim, because, so I'm tying this in. I saw today that Nathaniel Watson is going to be one of Mississippi State's representatives at SEC Media Days in 2 weeks. Nathaniel is a senior from Maplesville, Alabama. Shout out Maplesville.
That's where my family's from, Matt.
Well, hey, mine too. Okay, my mother grew up in Maplesville. My granddad, Billy Dennis, was the mayor of Maplesville most of my childhood. He passed away in 1987. But people used to say to him, "How you doing?" His response was, "I'm drinking from the saucer." Because the old adage of, well, my cup runneth over.
That's right.
And so he'd tell people my cup, instead of saying my cup runneth over, he'd say I'm drinking from the saucer.
I like that. Yeah.
Hey, shout out Maplesville.
That's right.
It
I think my dad's side of the family's from Maplesville.
We got to get together in Atlanta next week, talk a little Maplesville Red Devils.
This is where we find out Wyatt, Lance, and Jim are all related somehow.
We need a 23andMe real quick.
Yeah, and so we all know the trivia. Who was blocking from Maplesville, Alabama, who was blocking Tommy Agee in front of Bo Jackson.
That's right.
Bo Jackson wouldn't have gotten all those yards.
Tommy Agee was a hell of a player.
Yeah, he was.
He was a great player.
Yeah, he was. So where's the expect? We got him 33 in the ranking. Some of our viewers didn't have Mississippi State ranked. Some had him a little higher. The West seems to be crazy. What are the expectations for Mississippi State this year?
Yeah, they are, well, let's see, how could I put it? Okay, so on the outside looking in, they are sort of annually, quintessentially low, the expectations. But I will tell you, State's going to be better than most people think they are. And that happens a lot because they generally are under-predicted. They're just one of those teams and schools that are and have been over the years. But this year, And I know a lot of people say that going into every year, but what it is Mike Leach has the first veteran team he's had at Mississippi State. It's the first time. I did a little trivia on my show the other day just to illustrate it because I started looking through the position groups. And I asked our listeners, hey, what's the youngest position group on State's entire roster? Group, what's the youngest position group? And everybody was guessing around. Well, the answer is quarterback, because your starter is a true junior and his backup was a highly recruited freshman in Sawyer Robertson. But if you look, every other position group is loaded with juniors, seniors, and sixth-year seniors. This is not an exaggeration. Going into the fall, if you look at State's 2 deep on offense, 2 deep on defense, so 22 and 22, 44, you literally have in those 2 deeps a handful, you can count them on one hand, the underclassmen. I mean, it's all old guys. And yeah, I know just because you're old doesn't mean you're any good, but they were pretty decent. They're knocking on the door. They were just inconsistent on offense. All sophomores, 2 years ago, all freshmen quarterback, freshman running back, freshman O-line, freshman receivers. Last year, it's sophomores. This year, it's like all these older guys, and that generally translates into overachieving, especially according to what people think. So they got a tough schedule, but I think they're going to be better than people realize.
Well, hey, Matt, I'm with you, man. 17 returning starters, most experienced team in the SEC. The only problem is, and this is a team that wins 7 games, 3 losses by 1 possession, really tight games. Could have won 10 games last year. The only problem is you draw Georgia and Kentucky out of the East, and obviously with the West schedule, it's always brutal.
It's brutal. I mean, it's brutal anytime you trade Vandy for Georgia, okay, on your schedule, which that's what State's doing this year in that East rotation. And no matter where you play Alabama, you're losing to them, period. End of story. And this year it's in Tuscaloosa. Go over there, take your beating, and come back home. So,
we're not going to fall for that crap. You can say that, but that's not your attitude, Matt Wyatt. That's not your attitude.
It wouldn't be if I'm in the locker room or if I'm coaching, but I'm not anymore. I'm like you told me, I'm 45 going on 60 drinking coffee at 6:30 at night. And I know the result before we get there. I hate to say it. I just do. But, so elsewhere on the schedule, you're going to host A&M, who you beat last year. You're going to host Auburn, who, you beat last year at their place. You do play the Egg on the road this year at Ole Miss. We don't really know much about them. I just know State. I'll put it this way: they did lose 1-score game here or there. They didn't play well against LSU, lose a 1-score game last year. And if you look last year, their offense, State's offense, was very much like this. I mean, it would be non-existent for 2 quarters, and then it would be unstoppable for 2 quarters. It was just very much up and down. With everybody older and more experienced, I saw it in the spring watching them. It's just more here. It's just like play in, play out, series in, series out. It's more consistent, and it will be. So I just think they're going to be harder to defend for a full 4 quarters this year than they were. Defensively, they're older. So, yeah, I think they're going to – I will say this. I think the 2 teams that I'm looking at right now that I think have the best chance to surprise everybody, I'm not talking about win their divisions, but surprise everybody, are Mississippi State and Tennessee. Tennessee's going to win 10 ball games this year.
Wow.
They're going to lose. They're going to lose to Georgia and lose to Alabama. They're going to beat the rest of them. Their offense will take another step forward, and last year they were record-setting for Tennessee. So I think those 2 teams, East and West, will probably surprise people.
Yeah. You like Hendon Hooker, don't you?
I really do.
Yeah.
Really do. I mean, 31 touchdowns and 3 picks. All right. Over 300 pass attempts. Hendon Hooker, I don't know if people realize this, in terms of the frequency with which he threw touchdown passes versus throwing interceptions. He had the highest frequency of touchdown passes per attempts of anybody in the SEC last year. Every 9 throws, he threw a touchdown. And he had the lowest frequency of interceptions. Every 101 throws, he threw a pick, which was by far the best of any of the quarterbacks in the league last year. He's not Bryce Young, but I'm telling you, he's right there, in that next group, really at the top of whoever's behind Bryce Young.
You know, Matt, when we talk Mike Leach, everybody talks about offense. I go back to Washington State when Alex Grinch was just coming on the scene as a defense coordinator. His defenses were really good. Zach Arnett going into year 3 as a defense coordinator has got his best defense. Zach Arnett, to me, is one of these coordinators that has a really bright future.
I totally agree, Lance. He does. And you know what's interesting, too? Like, everybody in college football knows his name. They're already, you know what I mean? Like, all these head coaches out there and ADs have all got him on their list. You know, his name is. And so that's why I thought it was a big win for John Cohen, for Mike Leach, to keep him on for another year. We went through over here, you know, the Dan Mullen years, and in a decade, Mullen had like a different defensive coordinator almost every year. It was incredible, the turnover at that spot. So for Leach to come in here and he's got the same guy for 3 years straight now, and every defensive player, we talk about all these veterans, well, how does that translate into now? It's all juniors and seniors playing on his defense. You do mix in a couple of transfers, but all these guys are now playing for the same coach, the same system, the same calls. Now year 3, which I'm telling you, for a previous 10, 12 years, state defensive players didn't have that. They're getting new calls and new systems every year, every other year. And Zach is he's a rising star for sure. You know, he'll be a head coach one of these days.
That's Mississippi State at number 33. Before Matt leaves, though, I know he enjoys the sport of baseball, and I believe you're a big Braves fan, right? Austin Riley would have played at Mississippi State if he had not been so good. He had committed and ended up going straight to the Braves. How's that guy not an All-Star? How is he not on the All-Star team?
Yeah, it's just I don't know how you answer that without saying it's just a joke, you know, that he's not. I mean, especially when you look at he has been absolutely on fire for the defending world champs for the last month and a half, 2 months. Yeah, he should be. I don't know. You know, it's one of those you scratch your head and you look and go, well, how did we get here? And I guarantee you, Jim, there's a lot of people around that league and going, how do we get here? What's our system doing if it produces this year? That's how egregious I think that is.
All right, he is Matt Wyatt. You can follow him on Twitter at Radio Wyatt. Does a great job there in the state of Mississippi, including during football season when he's the analyst on the Mississippi State Network. Matt, we appreciate the time. Always great talking with you.
My pleasure, boys. Thank y'all. Have a great day.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Matt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
After he's done with us there, he's going to go have a cup of coffee, slice of cheesecake, and smoke a cigarette. No, he's not going to smoke a cigarette. Apparently, he doesn't even eat dessert. He just goes straight coffee after meals.
That was the biggest upset of the day, is you saying that your grandfather used to drink coffee instead of a cocktail.
You know, Pop only, he only drank his beer out of the refrigerator that my grandmother restocked for him, but he couldn't drink in front of her. Like, she filled up. She'd buy the groceries. She'd fill up the basement refrigerator with beer.
Would he blindfold her at night?
And I would, he would always drink outside. He'd always drink outside, and I would, he called me Shorty. I had to always, he'd always say, Shorty, go get me a beer, and go around the back of the house and in through the garage door. Don't go through the house. Don't let your nanny see you. So I'd have to sneak around the back of the house and bring the beer back a long way.
So she'd think you'd had 5, you'd had 10.
Well, I don't know how many you would drink. But
I see where you get your balls now. My house, I can't drink in it.
But I never understood the dynamic because she was the one filling it up.
That's right. She knew how many he was drinking because she had to fill it up. Yeah.
Even as my 2.0 grade point average in Alabaster, Alabama on Smoky Road, it didn't make any sense to me. If she's bringing them in, I can't carry the groceries in. She's stocking the refrigerator. Why do I have to sneak around?
She's keeping up with inventory.
Yeah, that's like somebody booking a room for their husband to have an affair.
Yeah, but how good of a kid was I that my Play TV station was down in that same basement, mere feet away from the beer refrigerator, and I never sampled out of his beer.
Yeah, my kids don't do that either.
Yeah, never sampled out of his beer.
I've never had a cup of black coffee. like straight coffee. I think I've had maybe a sip or two of straight black coffee.
I did it back in the college days before I guess Adderall was a thing to keep you up all night.
Yeah.
But I would drink the black coffee that night before an exam when I hadn't studied the entire semester.
Now, I would bet you I've had 20 cups of coffee my entire life of any sort of actual coffee.
Rockstar is here now, a HydroLife therapy camera. Rockstar, this will make you smile. I can tell you Brown's Starbucks order.
I bet you can.
It is.
It's a weird order. I get weird looks.
I'm it's gonna have cinnamon in it.
I bet it's. Can I guess? I bet it's a frappuccino without any kind of coffee in it. Any kind of.
It's close. He likes the latte, where it's mostly just hot milk with just a splash of the coffee.
The espresso. Most of the time, I just go without espresso. But yeah, I go the white chocolate mocha, the caramel macchiato or whatever. And I just tell them, hold all of the espresso.
Why don't you just go get a milkshake at Hamburger Heaven?
Well, because this is hot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's if I want a hot drink.
Yeah.
No. I mean, that's.
I've never had anything from Starbucks ever.
I never get coffee there. I just get steamed milk.
I never go on purpose. My kids like to go, so I'll grab something every now and then. But
I totally dislike Starbucks. I don't know why. Just never liked it.
It's a machine.
Yep.
I'm just not a coffee guy. I love the smell. I love everything about coffee except the taste.
Their coffee tastes different, and I don't have that acquired taste, I guess.
You know who is dying at every word I say? Our friends down there on 280. The coffee people that came and visited us. Bullet Coffee. They're dying at my words right now when I say I just don't like the taste of coffee. I hate coffee. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, but I think you're in the minority. So
there's no doubt I am. Right by that place.
I love coffee ice cream. Cannot drink a cup of coffee.
When we go to Atlanta, will you actually put the coffee on in the room and then throw it out?
Yeah. I love the smell of it.
For those that don't remember, Brown brews coffee in his hotel rooms on road trips and then pours the coffee down the drain.
That's right. I just want to smell it.
He just wants the smell.
Yeah.
All right. That is our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 today at number 33, Mississippi State, brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer.
Yeah, and again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama, the first to bring wings to the state way back in 1981. And he's taking care of your wallet with that Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item this week is the tailgate burger. You get the half pound or the 1/3 pound ground burger with the lettuce, tomato, onion, pickle, white bun, curly Q fries, served medium well, only $7.99. Get in today to Baumhauer's Victory Grill for lunch or dinner.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45 ball. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Redmond Vodka are enjoying the World Games just like we are. Day 5 of the World Games. They're the official vodka of the World Games, and Redmond will get you ready for all the events, your post parties, and always drink responsibly. But as the summer continues on, hope some of your signature moments has been with a bottle of Redmond vodka. Redmond Distilling, it's locally distilled, and our buddy Charles Barkley's part of it. Check them out. It's Redmond vodka, part of the Next Round as well. Glad to have them aboard. 46 days away from the start of college football. We've got the list out, Brownie, of the players that will be going over to Atlanta next week for SEC Media Days, and that includes who Alabama and Auburn are sending over there. It's pretty much the people we think would be going.
Yeah, I mean, if I ask you to pick the 3 best players on Alabama's team, I guarantee you would say 2 of these names.
Yeah, Bryce Young and Will Anderson.
Yeah, the third is Jordan Battle, who's certainly, you can make a discussion, he's the third best. I think if I ask you to pick the 3 best players on Auburn's team, these 3 names are in the discussion.
Would you go Tank Bigsby, Derek Hall, and Owen Popo?
John Samuel Schinker.
Okay.
Not Popo, but Schinker, one of the better offensive players. So, yeah. Of note, you got a lot of quarterbacks coming. Arkansas sending K.J. Jefferson.
I saw that. Stetson Bennett's coming back.
Yes, he is. Anthony Richardson from Florida is going to be there. Guys, wait a minute. Everybody ready? You ready for this, Rockstar?
Wait. Yeah. Okay.
Will Levis.
Will Levis
is going to be there. We absolutely have to get him on the show.
I'm sure we'll be well down the line.
Just have a box of plantains.
Yeah. Would you eat these, Will?
Hendon Hooker is going to be there, of course. Anus Smith will be there.
That was one of your worst of all time. Anais Smith.
Anais. God, I mispronounce that
every single time.
Yeah.
One guy that is not going to be there that I've seen some people seem disappointed that Spencer Rattler is not making the trip for South Carolina. Dude's never even played a game in a South Carolina uniform. It's going to be kind of hard to send him.
That's hard to do, right?
Yeah,
it's hard for
the
coaching staff to to justify that, because some coaches approach SEC Media Days as a little bit of a reward for people in your program to get a chance to go sort of be the face of your program. There's no doubt Spencer Rattler's the face of South Carolina this year, but if you haven't played yet, it's hard to send you to SEC Media Days.
Absolutely. Look, this guy might end up being a captain. You know, he's got one of these leadership roles, but, you know, some of these other guys have been in that program for, 2, 3, 4 years. They are the guys that get to deserve to come to Atlanta and represent their school. It seemed like a couple of years ago we were talking about the quarterbacks in this league aren't what they once were, and now this is a quarterback.
Now Kentucky's got a top 10 pick.
I think we only had 3 quarterbacks show up.
Yeah, that was at the when we were doing it at the Galleria.
Yeah, so 3 quarterbacks showed up one year. This year, a lot of people are sending quarterbacks. Got some developing news after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports.
Yes, Precision Sports with us since day one. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Whether you're a weekend athlete or a sports is in your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today, from concussions to sprained ankles. Our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
John Wilner covers the Pac-12. He's a longtime journalist who's covered the Pac-12, breaks a lot of news for the Pac-12. He is reporting today that the University of California Regents are going to discuss UCLA's move to the Big Ten next week. If you are not familiar with what UC stands for in UCLA, it's University of California, Los Angeles. So the Regents are in control of UCLA, and they are, as Wilner is reporting, they are discussing litigation next week to try to prevent the University of California, Los Angeles from going to the Big Ten. The UC Regents are trying to do that.
So basically, the system is trying to sue to stop a school within that system from going to the Big Ten.
Yep.
And they're probably doing it in hopes the Big Ten says, fine, just come on, you two.
Yeah.
You come with them if this is the way you guys are going to play.
I mean, they would be in there with Cal Berkeley,
right.
the Golden Bears.
And I would hope the Big Ten would say, we didn't really want UCLA anyway.
Yeah.
USC wanted them.
Perfect. We wanted USC and Oregon.
That's right. We are only taking them because USC asked us to. So you guys keep them, we're fine. I mean, that's what I would hope the Big Ten would say here.
I mean, again, going back, though, basketball is a big sport in the Big Ten. And I think UCLA is a great fit there.
But you lived in L.A. You're a USC fan. To me, as Ryan Brown's Southern boy, USC Notre Dame has always carried more impact than USC UCLA.
It does.
Like, if you could only say one.
And they get to play USC and UCLA at the same time. It's much different than going to L.A. and then having to go to Eugene.
But the initial reports were that the Big Ten was interested in USC and Arizona State. Those are the initial reports. They went to the Phoenix TV market and the LA TV market. So this may allow the Big Ten to go back and say, okay, we really wanted Arizona State anyway, so let's go get them.
Does the Phoenix market really capture?
It's a top 10 market.
Arizona. I know that, but I mean, how many Arizona State fans are actually out there? It's a big, undergrad community.
I mean, they took Rutgers to get the New York market, and Rutgers is not even a heartbeat in New York.
But we've spent time in Phoenix and Tempe and Scottsdale, and it doesn't seem like there's a ton of Sun Devil love there.
Half of the show still to go, a lot to get to still to come, including Tiger and Roy's comments yesterday about LIV players as we get ready for the British Open. And, I want to do something as we move throughout the show as well. Barrett Sallee and the folks at CBS Sports have ranked the coaches in all Power 5 conferences. I want to compare the top 5 in the SEC to the top 5 in each of the other Power 5 conferences. Tell me if there's a gap or not. We'll do that when we come back as we talk a little bit more football. Part of the show in our Michelson Look Ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Okay, do me a favor. If you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, you've been doing it for years, been procrastinating, you've heard how great LASIK is, you've heard me talk about Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK surgery in Alabama back in 1995. At least make this phone call. Just find out if LASIK is right for you. If you are a potential candidate, 969-8100. That's 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if you are a potential candidate for LASIK. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life almost 2 decades ago. Call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back to what you were talking about before the top of the hour, LT. Carrie says there's probably more snowbirds with Big Ten ties in the Phoenix area than there actually are Arizona State fans.
I just, I don't know. It's a fun school. I don't know how much they really care about football. You guys have watched games there in Sun Devil Stadium. It's spotty.
If you've got Ohio State and Michigan coming into town for games, that's going to be a big deal. I mean, that'll,
No, I get that because you'll have a lot of those fans would actually travel because that's a destination city.
That's right, especially in November if I live in Ohio or Michigan. So, I think that's what you would be looking at. Like if you told just Phoenix businesses, you can keep bringing Washington State and Oregon into town, or how about Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Michigan come to town? Yeah. I'll take the latter. Thank you.
Absolutely, 100%. Volfan205 says you guys should listen to John Skipper's interview on the Levitard Show. They're now podcast and stream like we are. He does a great job getting to distribution rights and why adding new states is better than adding two teams in the same state, which is why Brown has always told you that his sources tell him that NC State and Virginia Tech are very attractive to the SEC, right? For that reason, it brings in North Carolina and Virginia.
It's number one, it's cultural fits. Those are schools that feel like SEC schools, and it does bring in two new states. You're not just adding teams. Now, look, in their last expansion, they added another team from Texas, but you weren't going to say no to Texas. But you also brought in another state in Oklahoma.
Right.
You would bring in North Carolina for the first time to the Southeastern Conference and Virginia. So. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you look at there.
Yeah, but also, in all fairness to our Texas A&M friends and brothers, you brought in a part of the state of Texas. When you brought in the Texas Longhorns, you brought in the entire state of Texas.
The whole thing.
And that's what I was going to ask you guys. You bring up NC State and Virginia Tech. Would you not much rather have North Carolina and Virginia? Because neither one of those teams is going to be a factor in football, but North Carolina, Virginia basketball.
Yeah, and just the student body, the alums, and all that. I think you get a little bit more juice out of North Carolina and Virginia.
The academics, yeah.
I think what is interesting to watch is how married Duke is with North Carolina for that basketball rivalry.
That's right.
Because I think North Carolina is going to get a lot more – they're going to get better dates than Duke's going to get because of football. And if the Big Ten comes calling, I think North Carolina dumps Duke just like that. Now, I don't think that ends the rivalry. I mean, I could see a scenario where – they're in separate conferences and still play a home and home every year. Why would you not?
Exactly. Or at least play one game every year like Louisville and Kentucky does.
Right.
And you could play it in December and it'd be just a huge game, always on national TV. That's why I said early that North Carolina is such a battleground state for the University of North Carolina. If I closed my eyes and had to put the next two teams into the Big Ten, I would choose Notre Dame and North Carolina. I'm not saying it's anytime soon.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that. You say North Carolina and Duke or North Carolina, Virginia, and I don't disagree with you. I think conventional wisdom is those are schools that are more desiring of the Big Ten. But if those schools don't have an option of the Big Ten, you better believe they take the SEC.
Well, do you take the academic prestige of the Big Ten, or do you take the money from the SEC?
Well, both of them are going to be money. More money. Yeah,
is the Big Ten going to be more money?
Yeah, it's going to be as much. It's going to be equal or more. Yeah.
If they get Notre Dame, it'll be more money.
Probably so. I would, especially with the LA market now. Yeah. Which is funny that we talk about North Carolina prestige, who has had one of the biggest academic scandals in NCAA history.
Yeah, but we joked on the golf course yesterday. Yeah. What do we say?
Well, I think that was actually their defense is we value education so much. We wanted to make sure these players left with a degree.
Yeah.
That's how much we value our degree.
We value education so much, we want to make sure that our athletes made good grades.
That's right. That shows you how value we put on it.
That's a good motto, man. I wish they would have done that for regular undergrads, right?
All right. So this hour of the show always brought to you by the wonderful folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Sterling's one of the best humans in the world. And he's been with us since SEC Media Days a year ago. Before we even started this part of our new venture, Sterling was with us, bringing us lunch out to the Galleria for SEC Media Days. Doubt we'll get Sterling to give us to-go orders over in Atlanta, but I know he would if we asked him to. He's that kind of guy. Tamales, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, fantastic. You get the great Southern fried chicken, all the sides, all the desserts, all the drinks you need. You're home for blues, brews, and bird. It's champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Our friends at CBS Sports. CBSSports.com. Barrett Salee, Chip Patterson, Tom Fornelli, I think are the three guys that did this. They ranked the top 5 coaches. Well, they ranked, 1 to, every coach in each league. But I was just going to look at the top 5 really quick.
All right.
Just to compare what you have in the SEC compared to the other conferences, okay?
Fire away.
So they rank the SEC. Barrett did the SEC. Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, Jimbo Fisher, Brian Kelly, Mark Stoops 5th is where they went. Mark Stoops 5th. No Lane Kiffin there. No Sam Pittman there.
Mike Leach.
Yeah, but they went Mark Stoops 5th.
Okay.
I think they've got it right. I would flip-flop Brian Kelly and Jimbo Fisher.
That's a good 5 right there, though.
Yeah, it is a good 5. Yeah.
So by comparison, you take the SEC and compare with the top 5 in the Big 12. So you go ones on ones. Nick Saban, Mike Gundy.
Well, that's a beatdown.
Is that their number 1, Mike Gundy?
Mike Gundy. Number 2, Kirby Smart, Dave Aranda.
Oh, Dave Aranda already number 2?
Wow. I mean, guys, it's his second year at Baylor.
He was 2-7 his first year.
I know he was really good in his second year, but my gosh.
Number 3, Jimbo Fisher, Matt Campbell.
I think Matt Campbell needs more love than Dave Aranda.
I agree, but if you go head-to-head with those two, it's hard to make an argument for Matt Campbell over Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
As much as you dislike Jimbo.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Number 4, Brian Kelly and Chris Kleiman, Kansas State.
Not even close. I mean, this is a blowout.
Number 5, Mark Stoops and Sonny Dykes.
It's still a blowout.
Missing from this list
is your boy.
Steve Sarkisian and Brent Venables.
You see how little respect your boy gets. You respect him, I think, more than anybody.
I'll end up being right, but okay.
We'll see.
Okay. Go to.
Okay, that was an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, that was a slaughter.
Not even close.
You go to the ACC.
All right.
Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney. Dabo just had a big recruiting win. They've split some national championship games.
Saban by a hair.
It is. It's about as close as you can get nationally on that matchup there.
Now buckle up. Kirby Smart and I think Fornelli did the ACC. Dave Clawson. He goes Clawson
Clawson's
second.
a good coach.
I think Dave Clawson's second best coach in that league.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean Kirby's a better coach. But to be fair, though, in that argument, how much better of a job does Kirby have than Dave Clawson?
Oh my God,
he's the freaking coach at Wake Forest.
I mean, if Kirby would have taken Wake when Dave Clawson did, I don't think it'd be much different.
If Dave Clawson had taken Georgia and Kirby had taken Wake, we'd put Dave Clawson in front of Kirby.
Jimbo Fisher, Mario Cristobal. They have Mario third.
Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, Jimbo's better.
Brian Kelly, Mac Brown. And then 2 guys that I think are pretty comparable.
I mean, Mac Brown's got a national championship.
Yeah, I mean, I did
think
hesitate.
I'd probably have to go Mac.
I don't know. It's so
Mac
close.
Brown's won a lot of games, Lance.
Yeah,
Mac Brown
had a easier place to win at Texas than Brian had at Notre Dame.
I don't disagree with that.
Brian's been to a couple of Brian actually had more success except for that 1 year.
And North Carolina at least it was a better job than Cincinnati.
Mark Stoops and Dave Dorn. I think those 2 guys are a lot alike.
Yeah, I do too. Dave Dorn's done a really good job. I do think he's got finally some pressure on him this year coming off that 9-win season to make a run at winning the Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I just want to quickly go back to Mac Brown. I mean, Texas is not what they once were, but that run from 01 to 09, 11-2, 11-2, 10-3, 11-1, 13-0, 10-3, 10-3, 12-1, 13-1. It's a pretty good run of.
It was a really
pretty good run of football.
Yep.
And
got him that seat at ESPN.
It did. Obviously, lost the national championship game 2 in that run against Alabama, and then he
lost
never
his quarterback in that game.
He did. Yes, I remember that story. He never really recovered from that. I mean, that's kind of something we don't ever talk about. Mac Brown walking out of that Rose Bowl. I don't know if you guys saw 5-7, 8-5, 9-4, 8-5 coming. And those were his last 4 years at Texas after that.
Never saw it.
I didn't either.
Because I thought, for that minute, do you guys remember who the backup quarterback was that came in?
Garrett Gilbert.
Gilbert.
And we thought we saw him do in that game the next year for Texas, we were like, Texas is not going to go anywhere. Gilbert's a good quarterback.
Look, we knew Colt McCoy was a great college quarterback. Texas fans sitting behind me, they were so upset at Mac Brown. He never plays Garrett Gilbert. Should have played him in some of these, scrub situations. He's got no experience, but they were blown away at how good he looked, and then it ends up transferring to SMU. It didn't work out.
And Texas never really recovered. That said, it's hard to believe the ACC is as close as they are compared to what the Big 12 was.
2 more conferences to compare. We're doing CBSSports.com rankings of the coaches and top 5 versus top 5s. We'll do the Pac-12 and the Big 10 in just a second. But part of the show is being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy. Adam Mestre. Rocky in with us today, and he's got his Lions colors on. I love that T-shirt.
Thanks, man.
You know, I heard you talk in one of our commercials about wearing old T-shirts. I like old T-shirts, but I do appreciate you pushing the new Next Round gear.
Thanks, but well, this is try to paint the nursery, and it got all over me. This is, if you can see it, it is. I quit after that, and Greg from Pell City helped me out. Let me tell you something about Adam Mestre.
Greg from Pell City helped paint your nursery?
Oh, yeah, because I was on the verge of I was breakdown crying almost because I could not get the, what is the base you put on?
The
primer.
The primer?
I did like 2 coats of primer, and it wasn't looking good. I can paint with a brush all day, but with a roller, I broke 2 sticks that just like broke. And I sat in the middle of the floor, and I was like, because we had a schedule, we had a deadline before court was due, and I was like,
why do you randomly call Greg?
Yeah,
I know he's great at roofs.
Yeah, the roof guy.
I asked him if he knew a painter, and then the one day, because I was like, this is awful. I can't do this anymore. Like, I'm on the verge of tears. I can't do it. So we're doing the show, and then he texted.
Rockstar, you should have called.
Yeah, I know. And so we're doing the show, and Greg texted me saying, do you have a ladder at your house? I was like, yeah, I think it's on the side of the house. Why? And then I came home, and he was in the house painting the nursery.
What a dude, man. What a dude.
Wow.
But you know he's even a better dude than that? My boy Adam Mestre, guys. He's at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is the 3rd-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you while rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I'll have to ask the judges, do I count that as a Adam Mestre and Storm Restoration roofing spot, or is that just one?
Oh, it's a good question.
It's double fist, man.
Yeah.
That was a Greg Nelson documentary there.
Hey, Brooks asked a good question. How is the defending ACC champion coach not even among the top 5?
Yeah, he was 6th, just outside
Yeah,
of the top
again,
5.
he doesn't get enough love.
I called him average, I think, and I had to backtrack on that. But, Lance made the point. There have only been 3 ACC champions since 2010, and he's one of them.
Okay, let's finish this out real quick because I have Jonathan, who's with us on Twitter at Next Round Live, wants us to do something else. But if you go, there's something else with these rankings and do them post-realignment. But to finish out the current rankings going into the year, again, CBS has Saban, Smart, Jimbo, Brian Kelly, Mark Stoops. Let's compare them to the top 5 in the Pac-12. Nick Saban, Lincoln Riley. Nick Saban's ahead.
Better, but it's closer than most conferences.
Kirby Smart, Kyle Whittingham. Kirby is ahead, but Kyle Whittingham, well-respected, good coach.
Yeah, it should be. That's a tough job, too. A lot of people don't realize, recruiting to Salt Lake City, that's a difficult place to get to.
We'll do your ranking here because I know you'll bash Jimbo. So we'll go Brian Kelly, Chip Kelly.
I would go Brian Kelly.
I'd go Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Chip Kelly has played for a national championship. 1. Brian Kelly has played for 1.
Jimbo Fisher, and here's where we get into a different place in the Pac-12. Jimbo Fisher, David Shaw.
God, at one
point it was really close, but Fisher is so much better.
Yeah, David Shaw for 4 years was really, really good. He has completely fallen off the map.
Yep. Mark Stoops, Jonathan Smith.
Stoops has done a better job at Kentucky than Smith at Oregon State, but I think given time, Smith can
much more difficult job.
Yeah, and
Oregon it's going to be hard to pry Jonathan Smith from his alma mater, but Washington, they go out and they hire Kalen DeBoer from Fresno State. Jonathan Smith, former offensive coordinator under Chris Peterson. To me, that would have been the hire. I don't know if he would have taken that job. That would have been a great hire.
Okay, one more, and then we'll do what Jonathan is asking us to do post-realignment. But SEC versus the Big Ten, Saban and Ryan Day. It's pretty darn close. Saban's ahead, but you talk about the greatest of all time, but Ryan Day is coming on fast.
He's got to win one.
Yeah, he needs to win a championship at some point.
And then it gets a little SEC heavy. Kirby Smart, Jim Harbaugh.
We saw it on the field, and I think that's a microcosm of the way those two have gone.
Jimbo Fisher, Kirk Ferentz.
Boy,
that's a tough one,
degree of difficulty.
Yeah, I might go Ferentz, actually.
I think I would. I think he's a better coach.
Yeah. Brian Kelly, Paul Christ, Mark Stoops,
James
Franklin.
Brian Kelly in front of Paul Christ.
Mark Stoops, James
and
Franklin.
I'd go Stoops in front of Franklin.
I would go Stoops, too.
And then Jonathan says, now do the Big Ten and the SEC post-realignment. Well, does
It doesn't change anything in the SEC.
Yeah, does Venables and Sark even make it into the top 5? No.
I think the only thing you have to do is determine where you put Lincoln Riley in the Big Ten, and I would assume it's number 2 behind Ryan Day.
It would be.
So you'd put Lincoln Riley number 2, and then where would you put Chip Kelly? Would he make it above James Franklin? Would it be above
I would
Paul
put him
Chryst?
above. I'd put him above James
I'd
Franklin.
put him above both.
Okay, so we'll put him after Kirk Ferentz. So then that would be Saban and Day. Then it's Smart and Lincoln Riley, still advantage SEC.
I'll tell you who you don't have on
Jimbo
the list.
Ferentz, and then the 2 Kellys, and then Stoops and Paul Chryst.
From the Big Ten, Pat Fitzgerald needs some recognition.
Why do you think he doesn't get it? Because they are inconsistent, but I think you grade it on a curve, right? And
You
say, well,
have
that's
to.
Northwestern.
Well,
you're going to be inconsistent.
But, I mean, it's odd year Northwestern is so bad that you forget about even year Northwestern.
Yeah, but we also need to include that program is like Duke, Vanderbilt, and Stanford.
Do you think? I agree, and he's kept it more consistent than David Shaw at Stanford. But to Dunaway's point here, just you go back to his first 10-win season in 2012: 10-3, 5-7, 5-7, 10-3, 7-6, 10-3, 9-5, 3-9, 7-2, 3-9. He's going to give me a 10-3, but he's going to follow it up a bunch of 3-9.
Actually, the down years not as bad until just recently.
He's a couple 3-9. Yeah.
So every other year there.
And the 7-2 was the COVID year, which is interesting. Yeah, because they played for the Big Ten championship.
They did.
that
Had
year.
lead at halftime.
Yeah.
All right. What the sources at Saturday Down South are saying about the SEC and how they feel about 16 and trash coming up on the other side as we move forward. Already Clay Travis and Matt Wyatt with us, podcasted at nextroundlive.com. That includes the top reads of the day. LT's got our 4 downs still to come, and Buster Olney talks baseball with us at the top of the hour after the Mets handed it to the Braves last night 4-1 behind a Matt Scherzer. Great outing for him last night. The Braves will saddle back up and try to get them back tonight. 6:20 on Bally's for that contest. Afternoon baseball going on. The Fighting Foresters, the White Sox in Cleveland, 12:10 first pitch on the Major League Baseball Network if you want to watch that. Tonight, we're at the Barons game at Regions Field. First 1,000 adults when the gates open at 6. First 1,000 adults get a Barons T-shirt. And then we've got dollar hot dog night going on tonight at Regions Field. And a whole lot more. We'll be down there with our specialty show 5:30 to 6:30. A little Ask Us Anything with music playing in the background outside at Regions Field. And then Rockstar tonight scheduled to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game during the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, I've been rehearsing. We rehearsed for 3 hours last night.
Yeah.
So
Can we let the listeners pick a style for you?
Sure.
What styles can we throw in there?
I would do the
Harry Carey, Eddie Vedder.
You know Harry Carey's going to win if we do that.
Harry Carey, Eddie Vedder, Bill Murray.
Hispanic.
Yes.
Do it,
for the world
do it in
games.
Spanish?
Yeah, opera. Give us
Yeah.
a little opera. Take me out to the ball game.
No.
Why will you not do it?
Because it's something you want to do. Plus, it's a little early.
The
Sanskrit?
Yeah,
I
Sanskrit.
can do Sanskrit.
How would that go?
Just do it real quick.
Seré llamado tu smile. I'll let you know I'm done.
Oh, when we come back.
Move on, Dunaway.
Trash on the other side. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Before we get to trash, LT will tell us about Bromberg's if you're ready to pop the question, and then a little bit of an update on what Saturday Down South sources are telling us about the move from 16 for the SEC.
Hey, if you're in the market to pop the question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also go online, go to brombergs.com.
Brownie, you're sort of our liaison to college football executives.
Okay.
Yesterday, right after the show, while you and I were driving out to play a little golf, Saturday Down South dropped the story that said multiple industry sources tell them that the SEC presidents, their preference is not to expand past 16. As one tells Saturday Down South, we're positioned at 16 for a robust future, the need just isn't there. That sort of is what you sort of have been telling me off and on the air about what you hear from sources as well.
Yeah, I think the way I would qualify it is I think the SEC probably knows expansion will be in the future, that all the conferences, even the Big Ten, who has just grown, are going to grow a little bit more. So you want to be positioned to get the teams you want in that scenario. But I also think the SEC knows there's not really a team they can add right now that makes them – I mean, of all the teams the SEC could realistically add, I think Clemson is about the only one that makes it a better football conference than it currently is.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Florida State doesn't. Florida State doesn't make the SEC a better football conference.
Can you imagine if Notre Dame did a complete 180, came to the SEC with Clemson?
It would. That's why I said realistic, because it doesn't feel Notre Dame is very realistic, but I guess anything is on the table.
But truthfully, year in, year out, in recent years, Notre Dame's a much bigger brand than Clemson.
Oh, far, yeah.
But on the field product, Clemson has been superior than Notre Dame.
I'm just talking about, increasing the quality of SEC football. You know, Clemson is about the only one you could realistically add that would do that.
But as an SEC fan, you know, that Florida State uniform coming in, that's a ticket that I don't mind going to watch. Alabama and Auburn play Florida State.
But I
don't mind watching Alabama and Auburn play Clemson.
I don't disagree. My only point is right now it's been a while since Florida State's been any good. If we'd have had this discussion in the 90s, you would have never have considered Clemson.
Well, technically we did have this discussion.
I know, Florida
in the
State
90s.
didn't want none.
Yeah, they chose to go to the ACC instead. That from Saturday Down South yesterday. It's the top read in the morning rounds, which you get every morning at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. All right, it is trash time here. Every day on the show, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. It starts when Rockstar hits the huge button.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and mortgage rates have risen. Mortgage experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Shark Week coming up, fellas.
Uh-oh.
It's one of your favorite weeks.
It used to be. You know, last night I had one of the TVs on, and it was on ESPN, and it had all this shark programming. I don't know what was going on.
Well, Nat Geo is trying to take over Shark Week. They started their Shark Week early. Before Discovery was the one that started it, but I think Nat Geo has started theirs this week.
Can I ask all you people to get excited about this? After you've seen a couple of these, what's the difference?
There's not a lot of difference until people get attacked, and then you have new survivor stories, and then they document it.
But isn't one survivor story sort of like the other?
Yeah.
I punched it in the nose. I lost a leg.
Depends. Like, you ever seen the chick swimming in the Indian Ocean and you see the great white come up and it takes her leg off?
No, I've not seen that.
Yeah.
There's video of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're out. It's
I don't think I want to see that.
It's like exchange students. They're on a boat. They decide to get out for a little swim, and then you hear a couple on deck yelling, and you see the shark coming up. It takes leg off. They pull her back, and they're able actually to get her. It was like an hour out. They get her to an island. They helicopter, and they actually save her, but she's got no leg. Anyway.
Are you fun on a beach trip? Like, do you get in the water?
Yeah.
After watching that?
To pee, yeah.
Cool.
Only to pee.
Look, to celebrate the return of Discovery Shark Week, the iconic Shark Week blimp is going to be soaring the East Coast skies throughout the month of July.
Iconic, did you?
I would not call it iconic, but
will they put it on the Macy's Day tour?
It's a little scary for Macy's.
It's a little big.
Yeah.
It's a little big for that.
Welcome back. Clemson leads 14-3. The Aerials today, provided by the Shark Week Discovery blimp.
It's a massive 128-foot long, 44-foot high blimp. It originally departed from Nashville, randomly enough, on July 1st, and is set to make its way to the New Jersey beaches starting on July 8th. Here is the tour, and one is really going to stick out to you guys. You tell me when. Saturday, July 23rd, they're going to be in Long Island, West Hampton, East Hampton.
Okay.
Sunday, July 24th, Long Island, New York City beaches, Philadelphia, Delaware.
Or a lot of Long Island here, yeah.
Monday, July 5th, Maryland and New Jersey beaches and Ocean City, Maryland.
Ocean City. If you want to go see the blimp, I've got a deal for you.
Yeah, swim in the Atlantic.
That's right.
Go see our friends at the Marriott.
You frolic right there in the Atlantic.
Thursday, July 28th, Charlotte, North Carolina, and Virginia beaches. Friday, July 29th, randomly they're going to be in Atlanta.
Not a lot of beaches in Atlanta.
And then Saturday, July 30th in Nashville.
How about that?
What is one thing you buy and almost never use?
Things that I buy.
You know what we're using less of in my house is milk.
Yeah, we don't.
Not
use
a lot of milk consumption in my house.
Or like when you buy a handful of bananas, I'm going to eat all of these. Wow, 5 of those got rotten.
Yeah, I'll. My wife buys that milk that takes a long time to go bad.
Yeah,
and,
Fairlife.
yeah, and I eat about a bowl of cereal a week, and we end up maxing out the days on that milk that takes a while to go bad.
But it's like 90 days. It's one of the reasons I get Fairlife. I think it's pretty good milk, too. My daughter, Leighton, absolutely gets so upset when I buy Fairlife because she's got some kind of theory on the way they treat the cows. But the only time the milk gets used is Jack and his cousin Jace are in studio watching Trash on the Table. The only time when they spend the night, they'll eat the cereal. That's the only time it gets used.
This will shock you, but I pulled up to play golf with Brown yesterday, and you brought up bananas. He's actually wolfing down a banana for lunch yesterday.
I ate a banana.
Wolfing down.
I mean, it was zoo-like when I pulled up.
Oh, I thought you'd bring 2 bananas.
He
That's
had it
fine.
half peeled, and it was in his mouth like he was Will Levis.
Did he drop the peel on the golf course?
I didn't see where he put it.
threw
I
it
think he
away.
ate the peel.
No, I threw it away. Put it in the actual trash can.
I think bananas is a good answer. Here are things we buy and almost never use. Online subscriptions.
Oh, lots of
Yep.
lots of them.
Expensive home exercise equipment.
Yes, everybody buys that. I mean, how many Pelotons are holding clothes right now?
Dude, I was driving down Shades Crest, in the heart of Vestavia the other day, and there was a treadmill just sitting on the curb.
Yeah, just please come take it.
I was driving down Shades
You
Crest.
seen it?
No, there was a full refrigerator. Just like, hey, just somehow take it.
Hey, but I will tell you, our Peloton is giving me a lot more steps every day. It's in a position where I walk to my side of the bed. I've got to walk an extra
That's
3
right.
steps around it to get in the bed.
Does Maggie still use it, though?
I assume she does.
Oh, I'll give you another one. Checkbook. I mean, paper checks. Like my wife still keeps a checkbook. I think
That's
like
what Eddie says, yeah.
I think,
Checks.
yeah, I think some things it's maybe kids' schools you have to send a check for. But man, when is the last time you've written a check?
I mean, I write 4 or 5 a month.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't write any.
Cannot tell you the last time I've written a check.
Yeah. I still do one to Amex. I do one to Rodrigo and my pool guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vol says, I feel like I buy a ton of eggs because they are cheap, but I don't eat them. Well, when do you throw them out? I can never tell when the eggs are bad.
Yeah.
Because Maggie takes them out of the
What is
carton.
it, chicken in a carton?
And she puts them in our egg container in our refrigerator. So
Right.
they're just free range eggs. And I cook about 3 every weekend, though.
I love Dunaway's breakdown of stuff Maggie died.
Okay, here are some other things.
Got the eggs all rolling around.
Well, I mean, I grew up. I was a
impossible to be
redneck.
married to.
We didn't pull them out of the carton. They come in a nice container. We just slid those in and
Nothing's
slid
more
those out.
redneck than using the carton.
Yeah.
Cookbooks.
Maggie uses them.
You know what? I was in a bookstore over the weekend. My family and I had a little out-of-town getaway, and I was reading one of the books in there. I put it back. It was a cookbook. I buy it.
That's a great reminder. I need to take Maggie's mom's recipes, which are a lot of them, and get that bounded into a book for her for Christmas. That's a great gift idea.
Great idea.
Yeah.
You know what?
Too bad you just spit it out on the air.
Maggie does not.
She
consume the
does
show,
listen.
yes.
She listens when he says the most awkward thing.
Yeah,
That's right.
If I said, sucking on the toes of a co-ed, I'd get a text right now. But
that was where he went, Rockstar. Yeah.
She had to register for Duke classes yesterday, so she's knee deep in being a student and working right now.
You know what the cookbook I was reading was, though? It was
Snoop Dogg.
It was called Steaks and Cakes. It was the steak and the cake that goes with that steak. So it was the recipe for the way you do the steak and the recipe for the cake that goes best paired with it.
We did the Dirty Santa. Y'all might have been at the house. I don't know. Were you there, Rocky?
I was there.
I was there.
I was not there.
Yeah, Brown typically skips any party that we have, but the Dirty
What does
Santa.
that even mean?
You just don't come.
I was already at home, probably.
One of the biggest gifts that got snatched was that Snoop Dogg cookbook.
Yeah. It was a combination, Snoop Dogg or was it just Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart.
That's what I thought. Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart.
Somebody got a goldfish.
Yeah.
How often
Sally
they-
gave the goldfish
take
to
care of this.
Cameron's still got the goldfish.
Oh, wow.
There's
Yeah.
no way that goldfish is still alive.
I went to his place a couple of weeks ago.
Was it this Christmas?
Yeah.
This past Christmas?
Well, hats off to Cameron's wife, because I know Cameron didn't keep that damn fish alive.
You know, Cameron's got a saltwater tank. So, like, one of his hobbies is fish. That's why he took
Really?
the fish, yeah. Okay, here's another thing we buy almost never use.
He's crammed a lot of belongings in that apartment complex.
He really has. Gym memberships.
Yeah,
Well, don't look at me. I mean,
no, you've had to cancel one. We
Well,
did one show from Planet Fitness, and Dunaway joined. And
I'll be here
and then
4 times a week at least.
Years later, went back and canceled.
$1 to sign up and only $10 a
I
month?
know.
What a great deal.
Planners and journals, frivolous pet purchases, and final single-use appliances like the hot dog toaster, cotton candy cart,
That was
cake
like
pop maker.
at the bookstore I was at over the weekend. My little one wanted to buy a calendar, and I'm like, "It is on your phone. Why do you need a calendar? You don't need a calendar."
Some people want the physical item to look at to physically write it. We have a physical calendar on the refrigerator that we have
Yeah.
with a chalkboard.
How about this
That doesn't
story?
get read, by the way.
We used to do the chalkboard, and then
No, we've got the chalkboard too, and my wife does keep up with it. I don't.
my wife did for a while, but then it got a little lagging in our kitchen, and I was like, it's freaking July. Why do we have May up on the chalkboard?
I'm busy, Jim.
Let's go. Speaking of one-off appliances, the toaster, which I like a good piece of toast on the weekends with peanut butter on it, cinnamon toast. But a local place where you got me clued in on those really crunchy cookies when they miscook them.
Yeah.
Every time I've been in there lately, they've got thin ones, but they're not crunchy burnt ones. They must sell out too quick. So I bought the thin ones and try to put them in the toaster.
Does that work?
And toast it? No, it does not work. It melts them.
As it turns out.
All down inside the toaster and the coils. So
now the toaster's wiped?
So the next time,
we need a new toaster.
Next time Maggie tried to toast her English muffin,
It's going to
almost
smell
started
like
to-
burnt
yeah.
cookies.
This one out of Mumbai, India. 32-year-old man has been arrested here for allegedly removing some pages from his passport in order to hide his visit to a foreign country from his wife.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, he wanted to
Not
keep
suspicious at all.
his affair under wraps, but was apparently unaware that tampering with a passport is an offense. The man visited a foreign country a few days ago to meet his girlfriend, according to officials. When he flew back to India on Thursday night, immigration officials at the Mumbai airport noticed that the pages from his passport were missing. When questioned by police, the man said he had gone abroad to meet his girlfriend after telling the wife he was traveling to work for work in India. He was arrested under the Relevant India Penal Code.
Can I just say that if your wife is inspecting your passport, which in this case, you probably had the right idea.
It probably happens, too.
Yeah, but it's probably a flawed relationship. If you get back home and your wife's, all right, let me see the passport.
Well, the first thing, if you call somebody internationally, what happens, right? It doesn't ring. It's that. No, it's just that it's like one noise.
It's a tone.
It's a tone. So I was listening to Orion's Roses not long ago, and this chick was like, my husband said he's in Chicago on business, but every time I call, it does the international ring.
Oh, that's a way to get busted right there.
So Sonic, you guys used to be the front men for Sonic.
We did.
Welcome to Cabo.
Their commercials are much worse now without us.
I
by the way.
agree. They have added new fry shows to summer snacking menu. The fry show features the brand's crispy fries topped with creamy cheese sauce, crispy bacon pieces, diced onions, spicy jalapenos, and a zesty Baja sauce.
Can I tell you that is one of the worst promotional picks I've ever seen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really pretty bad, right?
First off, it doesn't look like I'm getting a lot.
It looks like leftovers.
It looks like something I could make at the house. Now, I will say, with that said, it's only $1.49. So,
well, so what do you? I mean, what do you expect?
That's probably like a handful of fries.
You're not shelling out. I love the onions just on the side, laying by themselves. And finally, I got dinner facts for you here on Trash on the Table.
Why would they put that on a white background, by the way, too? It was horrible.
It's very haphazardly done, it seems.
Yeah.
I love this first dinner fact. In Denmark, there are libraries where you can borrow a person instead of a book to listen to their life story for 30 minutes.
I'd like to check out Phil if he's
It's
available.
known as the Human Library. The organization's goal is to fight against prejudice. Now, how cool would that be, though? We could rent somebody, bring them in here.
Yeah, I'd love that. Does Phil have that little card in his front pocket and you pull it out and then stamp it and put it back in his pocket?
I think this is a good idea. Swedish blood banks text their donors to notify them whenever their blood has helped save a life.
Oh, that's
Well, that does make you, it works.
More incentive.
I'll go back.
I'm going to say I bet it's a scam. I bet they just sent out those texts to encourage you to come.
I've saved 2,000 lives this month.
Just this month, yes.
There's a thing called Cunningham's Law. It means that the best way to get the right answer on the internet is not to ask a question, it's to post the wrong answer.
So if I said, like, Bo Jackson never won the Heisman, nobody believes me, then everybody's going to correct you with articles and facts, and so on. You'll get the right answer.
That is a good idea.
Yeah. The entire cost of rescuing Matt Damon in the movies, including Save It, Private Ryan, The Martian, and Interstellar, is estimated to be $900 billion.
Well, we got it back home.
No man left behind.
3 times we got it back home.
In our final dinner fact, I came across this a couple of weeks ago. This is weird, but Tom Cruise split with all 3 of his wives when they were 33 years old.
I'm going to say you probably need to crack a book in the Church of Scientology to figure that one out.
Got to be Scientology.
Yeah. 33. It's the magic number, Rockstar 3 is.
It is. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes 6.
Sometimes 6.
Yeah.
That is trash brought to you by...
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising cost or gas prices, and now there's even a talk of recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high-interest payments, it is time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is it possible? Home values also on the rise. That means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi, for credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right to learn more. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit them online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Nick says he likes one of our sponsors, B-Dubs, bird dogs, chicken fingers in a hot dog bun dressed up. That
I've never
sounds
heard of that.
Pretty good, I bet.
That does sound good.
Carrie says basically the entire purpose of Reddit is Cunningham's Law. You set some up and people correct you.
Amen.
Amen, says Rockstar, who's on Reddit a lot for us, looking for great stories. Thanks for being with us. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. Bud Light Next, it's the next generation of beer. Drink responsibly wherever you buy beer. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Bud Light Next, perfect for the heat of summer. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Brown and I have reached a new level of friendship, Rockstar.
I can tell.
We were just talking golf shots. You know, I had a four iron in my hand on 16. The wind just blew it off.
I mean, it's the new hole on the windmill, the new par 3, those that have played know it's a very difficult hole.
Out at Benbrook.
At Benbrook. And it's 225 from where I was playing it. So I got a 4 iron, and I hit it just like I wanted to, but I just misjudged how much wind was coming across the green from left to right, and it blew it in a bunker. Then I got an almost impossible up and down.
Will you give golf up if he ever beats you?
It's never going to happen, Lance.
I mean,
Did you see that laugh?
Wait, is he the type, I was going to ask, is he the type of player that when you pull like a 4 iron and Brown goes, huh, interesting?
No.
No. He in fact, he refuses, because he knows I'm that way, he refuses to give me any tips at all. I mean, my swing is not conventional.
It ain't free, Dunaway.
No, it's not just that. I do know you're that way, but I do not like people that give unsolicited advice on a golf course. I hate that. Like, I mean,
what if I gave you a grilling tip? Like, Brown, you might want to flip that burger.
The same thing.
Oh,
yeah.
But I've only asked Brown in the entire times we've ever played. It was just recently when we were playing with David Walls out at Woodford. I was downhill facing the bunker, steep hill right next to the green. And I was like, I don't even know how to even try to hit this shot. And he goes, do you want the advice? And I said, sure. And it worked.
You hit one of the best shots you had hit all day.
Did he say loft a wedge?
It was take your sand wedge and stand with my open angle my shoulders to the lay of the land, and then swipe across the ball.
Swing along your feet, yeah.
And, of course, I used it in the wrong place yesterday and hit the daggum thing straight up in the air and cost me a couple strokes.
So would you rather have golf advice on the course or parenting advice?
Ooh,
neither one.
Who's giving the parenting advice?
I don't
Some
like
random lady in the grocery store.
Somebody with kids?
Somebody
without
that doesn't
kids?
have kids.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have the golf advice than the parenting advice. Yeah, at least I'm on the golf course. I'm getting the golf advice.
I'm not a big fan of other people's advice, just about anything.
Yeah. No, I would have to be asked for it to give golf advice. So no, I would not be the guy that's like, oh, okay, done with it. Because just like yesterday, you hit a shot out of the thick rough, and you talked about how it went left, and I said, well, I was going to tell you to play it to the right because that's what it does out of thick rough, but I didn't want to be that guy.
Well, I think it was Zach that had the funny question when we had a guest on yesterday.
It was.
But you give advice to up and coming broadcasters.
Oh,
right?
I give advice to you guys. I don't mind giving advice. I don't like getting advice. I don't know if you've noticed in 13 years, I've got an opinion about everything on how you should do your life, how you should do your life, how Rockstar should do his life, how the world should be, how we should all treat each other, how sports should be. I have an opinion about everything, and it means nothing. I'm just happy some of you find my opinions entertaining. That's why I texted you last night after the episode. I watched some Mad Men.
Yeah, Rockstar, you'll love this. Okay?
Ding! Can you?
I got to tell you. And the funny thing is, I was in the middle of watching Mad Men.
I think you can read the text without giving anything away for Brown.
Yeah,
Part of our show being brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is open for lunch. Buster Olney coming up at the top of the hour. After he reads this text sequence, Brown will update us on our Cowan Equipment poll questions.
Yesterday, 8:58 p.m. If we are assigning characters of Mad Men to the next round, who am I?
Oh, my God. Well, you already have somebody in mind. I just want to see if
I
you
did.
if you say it
I had
right,
just watched an episode and something had happened and had been building up to this happening. Can you read the rest of it without it?
The best
I don't
part
think
is,
it gives away anything.
The best part is Les said, I thought about responding Peggy.
Yeah. Well, he said, I responded, and he said, I'll take that. Hell, I would have taken Joan, anybody but Peter.
Oh, he's the worst.
Yeah, just finished, blah, 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 blah. If you had said Pete, I was going to call in sick.
Yeah, I was going to take today off if he'd said, oh, you're Pete.
Oh, you're Pete
You know how
Campbell,
I
no doubt.
responded?
What?
Ha, ha, ha. We don't have a Pete. We left that shit behind.
That is terrific.
That's what we do on the text chain there. All right, Cowan Equipment poll question. Update us before he tells us about Cowan. You've got a couple of them out.
All right, after Lawrence Sisler told us yesterday, we want to know, when you're solo in a hotel room with double beds, which one do you choose? 67% of you go closest to the window. 33% of you go closest to the door.
Follow-up story on that, by the way. Nikki writes in, one of our great female listeners. For what it's worth, my daughter and I were checking into a certain hotel in Uptown. The bellman opened the door into an occupied room.
Oops.
Lights were off. TV was on. Bellman quickly backed us out of there. Somebody was in the bed. He says, so you never know who might come in on you. Sleep closest to the window, she recommends.
I mean, there's going to be times they're going to walk in on me in the buff. I just got to tell you.
You can't walk into a hotel room. They automatically lock. Unless you've
Well, I'm
got...
assuming the bellman's probably
The
got
bellman
a...
was
he's-
let-
the bellman.
was helping her in with her luggage and was opening up the door.
But anytime you're in the hotel room, do you not throw the little thing?
Every time.
I do it too.
Yeah,
every single
every
time.
time.
Yeah.
Every time.
I mean, no matter what. No matter what. If I'm in there for 10 minutes, I throw that little thing just because you never know.
Because I've walked in on a family before.
That's what you say.
Following
yeah.
an Alabama a road trip one time, walked in the middle of the night, 2 a.m, and they sit up in bed.
Roll Tide. Now that we own the show, which idea should we do? Rockstar, you can weigh in on this. You love our road shows. Shows from every conference media days or shows from all football national championship games, even the ones that don't include Alabama.
Can we not do both?
We could.
Yeah.
But if we had to pick one, 61% say we should do the national championship games. 39% say we should do media days.
I'm with that vote. That's why I suggested.
I am this year.
Yeah, I'm in more of a...
Because of Los Angeles.
Yes.
You're
How
so
big
selfish.
how big is Sunbelt Media Days?
No. We're going to do the big ones, like
okay.
Big Ten, ACC, SEC, Big 12.
You did say Pac. Okay.
Well, Pac-12 is not going to survive. By the time we do this, they'll be dead.
I just would like us to be at the national championship every year, regardless if there's an SEC team there or not.
Well, I feel like I'm more inclined to travel this time of year than I am then. I don't know what it is about that national championship game. You've been through Christmas and all of that. It just feels like I'm pretty tired by the time that travel rolls around.
I've tapped out on that multiple times from you guys.
Yeah.
How about we just start going to the Final Four regardless?
We're not a real basketball show.
Well, maybe we should be. Is Brian Passing listening right now?
I don't know.
You know what Dunaway doesn't think about?
Home?
Budget. Well, we know home. Yeah, it's not even a question.
Buster,
I mean, Maggie gets excited when she hears this. Are you really going to be going out of town?
Did you envision Lance being such a budget guy?
I did not. Buster only coming up. I don't want to be too late for Buster, but tell us about Cowan Equipment. It was make it to the top of the hour.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day 5 of the World Games here in Birmingham. It has been amazing. The crowds have been fantastic. Everyone says they're having fun. You can get tickets and see the schedule of events at twg2022.com. TWG2022.com. Americans men's lacrosse, the men's lacrosse national team, 7 o'clock tonight down at UAB for the gold medal. And women's softball, the Hoover Mets, 6 o'clock semifinal game with Australia. A couple of the highlights today at the World Games.
All right, Buster Olney joins us each week, and he does so courtesy of our friends at ATIX, AAATix.com. 2 more Mets games in Atlanta. You can get those tickets, all your college football tickets at ATIX, 822-7382. Buster with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How are you, Buster?
I'm doing great. Fired up for those games. I told you my son is a big Braves fan, so last night went and got some sodas, and we put him in the Yeti next to the couch and sat down and watched that game, and he was bummed at the end, but the games are fun. They have a special energy to them last night, and, that was Max Scherzer on Monday.
Max Scherzer, I mean, this guy, you always talk about Justin Verlander, a power pitcher that doesn't seem to age. Scherzer, if he can stay healthy, seems to be going in that same direction.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, he should be in unanimous selection already. First time his name appears on the Hall of Fame ballot. And he's so precise in everything that he does. It's been interesting through the years to talk to his catchers, Alex Avila and others. And they talk about how when they have the meetings to talk about a game plan, Max is like, okay, second plate appearance, 2-2 count. This is what I'm going to do right here on this hitter. And he'll go through the whole line of doing that. As baseball really began to turn into analytics with pitching a decade ago, Max was at the forefront of that. Like he was someone who grabbed onto the importance of that. He loved the idea of identifying tendencies, not only for himself and to quality control himself, but also in hitters. So it's not only a guy who works like crazy, who's in phenomenal shape, who still throws really hard, who has a great repertoire, but he's someone who outthinks the other hitters. And that's why, he dominated last night. And I think if you're the Mets, you're feeling good that he's going to last through the 3-year contract he signed during the wintertime.
Listen, I'll be upfront. We like Austin Riley because he comes on our show. And I don't want you to go through a whole list of who were left out of the All-Star games that you think should have been in, shouldn't have been in. But Austin Riley's having a really good year, had the only run last night in a home run. Is he a guy you think should have been an All-Star? Is he one of the guys that should have been on the list in the game, you think?
Yes, and I think he'll be added on before the game actually happens because, as you guys know, it feels like every year we either get real injuries or we get phantom injuries. Yeah. I know I covered the Yankees, and Mariano Rivera really didn't like the All-Star event. He didn't like the fraternization with hitters that he would be facing during the year. And so he always seemed to find some things to do or family matters or pressing things going on. So there will be other players who will not be able to go, and I think Austin will go. And yeah, he should do it. And I really hope that going forward, Major League Baseball and the Players Association identifies what feels like a loophole with the DH now that we have it in both leagues. Like William Contreras has been tremendous for the Braves. He's got 143 plate appearances. He should not be on the team in front of Austin Riley or Freddie Freeman, or, I could fill in a blank with other guys. They should use the DH spot to right some of these wrongs that we see every year. And look, Bryce Harper, if he was healthy, great. He'd be the DH. But the idea that you have to lock into, someone who's a full-time DH in that spot, I think is kind of silly, and it doesn't really fit with what's going on in baseball right now.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's joining us courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, or 822-7382 for all your sports and concert tickets. When I was a kid, Buster, the slam dunk contest in the NBA All-Star Weekend was absolute can't miss. Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, Spud Webb, Clyde the Glide Drexler. I mean, everybody that was anybody participated, and after a certain number of years, that just didn't happen anymore. The Home Run Derby has not become that. In fact, I think you and I were texting earlier, this may be one of the best fields we've ever had for a Home Run Derby.
Yeah, and I should put in full disclosure, work for ESPN, which has the event. I'm going to be part of the coverage on Monday. So we could have, 8 of me in this event, and I would, tell you, hey, tune in. Let's set that aside. You're 100% right. I've been so excited because behind the scenes, I've been hearing about, okay, this guy might do it and that guy might do it. Think about who we have confirmed so far. You got Pete Alonso, who's becoming, and I say this with all due respect, I don't mean this as he's a bad guy, but he's become the Darth Vader of the event. Like, he's the Death Star of the home run derby because he's mastered it, at the heart rate. And he's bringing back his BP pitcher who mastered it last year. And you could see he's comfortable. And if he's going to get beaten, it's probably going to be by somebody who has experience doing it. Well, guess what? Here come Juan Soto, who was so good last year in the Derby. Here comes Kyle Schwarber, who just announced a little while ago he's part of it. You guys remember the show he put on in Washington in 2018 against Bryce Harper? How about Albert Pujols? Ronald Acuna Jr., who's the only guy I've seen do the Derby who basically is like, I don't give a crap where the ball's pitched. I'm going to hit it right field, left field, center field, wherever. And there are more names coming down the pike, I can tell you that. Giancarlo Stanton is not officially announced. All indications are he could be there. He's a defending champ. I mean, he was a champion in 2016. Julio Rodriguez could be a first-time guy from the Seattle Mariners. He's being talked about. Will Smith maybe from the Dodgers. The question is whether or not he's going to be on the team. But what a field that would be. Holy crow. I'm fired up.
Former Derby participant Robinson Cano. It looks like Atlanta's already made their buck back on his 2 hits last night. But I was going to ask you, Robinson Cano is a future Hall of Famer, right?
No. He's not getting in the Hall of Fame, I think, because, and look, I mean, numbers alone would put him in the same neighborhood as guys who are in the Hall of Fame now. But the fact that he's been popped twice on PEDs, Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire would tell Robinson Cano, you're out. Until we see a significant change in how the voters handle it, I think anybody who was actually suspended won't get in. Now, you guys know how I feel. Like, I voted for McGwire and Sosa. I'd vote for Bonds if I still voted. I would vote for Clemens. But the way voters are handling it, and let's not pretend either. There have already guys who were in the Hall of Fame who took steroids. And my guess would be somewhere in the range of 10. And so I don't understand why some of the voters treat it like a house of the holy. But Robinson Cano, under the current standard, has no chance of getting in.
My main TV last night was Red Sox Rays because I felt like the season was slipping away for Tampa after what happened in Cincinnati. But a good game last night, bats alive. But here comes Chris Sale. He's going to pitch tonight. What's the expectations of when Sale is added to the Red Sox rotation?
They're hopeful. I talked with Alex Cora, their manager, the other day about it. Sale's probably going to go about 85 to 90 pitches tonight. They feel like he has a broader range of repertoire in the second year following his Tommy John surgery. Last year, he was basically fastball slider. This year, he's throwing a changeup as well. And let's face it, they need it. They're getting Sale back today. They're getting Nathan Eovaldi back on Friday. They're hoping to get Rafael Devers back tonight or later in the week. Alex has been happy with how this team has been competing despite all the injuries that they have. But somebody needs to step up in that group. And by the way, I don't know how you guys felt when that video came out about, Chris Sale snapping and smashing the television the other day. As someone who's covered baseball for 34 years, I had the shrug of the shoulders. And the other day I was talking with Rich Hill, the Red Sox, who's 42 years old, the oldest pitcher in baseball. He was kind of like me. And I told him the story about how when I covered the Orioles, Kevin Brown, that great right-hander in that year with the Orioles, I think he broke his nameplate and smashed stuff 6 straight starts so that after every one of his starts the next day, they had this little carpenter guy who would come in and tap, 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 tap and fix the nameplate. And then Kevin would snap it again. I don't find it unusual. The only thing that was unusual was that they actually had a camera on it when he was doing it.
Yeah. Buster, every time we talk to the NL East, we talk about Mets, Braves, never talk about the Marlins. Sandy Alcantara, the year he's having right now, and to imagine he made $630,000 last year. The Marlins give him that 5-year deal. I think it was $56 million. He still is vastly underpaid.
Oh, without a doubt. And I thought for sure you might yell at me as the resident Dodger fan and try to make the case for Clayton Kershaw to be the starter in the All-Star game this year because he's never been able to do that. And there's a lot of sentiment from people saying that Kershaw should be the starter. No way. Sandy should be the starter. He's got 130 innings. Clayton is, again, a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's thrown fewer than half of the innings that Alcantara has. I don't know how you pick anybody but Sandy. He's been tremendous. And, it's not only about how good he is pitching, but man, the presence that he has on the mound. I feel like it would be nice for Clayton to be honored, but the idea that you would pass on Sandy in a year in which he's earned it, that doesn't feel right to me.
Buster mentioned the Home Run Derby is Monday. Monday night on ESPN is episode 1 of The Captain with Derek Jeter. Are you featured in this, Buster, and have you seen it all?
I am. I was interviewed as part of that for 4 hours. And one thing that makes me excited about it, look, I don't know how you guys felt at the end of the Jordan documentary. I felt that was sanitized and it was kind of whitewashed. And some of the ugly parts of Jordan, because he was controlled the process, they weren't really highlighted as much. I will tell you that, as someone who covered Derek, and look, I have unbelievable admiration for him as a player. I thought, the postseason, he was phenomenal, but he's a human being, right? And we all make mistakes during the course of our lifetime. And I saw Derek do that. And when I sat down to interview, the director looked at me and I told him, I said, look, you tell me, where are you going to go with this? And he said, I want to hear everything. I want to hear the good and the bad. And I told a couple of bad stories about Derek. They said the same thing to Alex Rodriguez when he sat down. And I know that Alex told me, we were colleagues in Sunday Night Baseball. He said the same thing to Brian Cashman, the general manager who feuded with Derek for a couple of years. So I'm really hopeful that this will give a broad view of Derek. And, he's been phenomenal for baseball. But there definitely, as we all have, some ugly chapters in his life.
And if you were testifying in Congress for 4 hours, you'd have got about 7 breaks in that time. How many breaks do you get in a 4-hour interview?
I think one, they wanted to reset the shot because they got sick of looking at my ugly face.
We're going to pretend like you're one of those people that are hiding their identity, Buster. We're going to put all right.
I didn't plead the fifth on any, just for the record. I never pled the fifth.
Yeah, we're excited. We want to see it. It's getting good reviews from those who have already seen it.
Absolutely.
The Captain, it airs after the Home Run Derby, but watch the Home Run Derby first with Buster on ESPN and the entire crew there. Buster, thank you for the time. Enjoy the All-Star game. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys. Always fun talking with you.
All right, you too, buddy. Take care. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's joining us each week, courtesy of ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382.
And as always, the show is brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap it does one thing. It protects your home from water damage.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. You need to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right. Real quickly before we take our next break here, what Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy says before we get to tee times across the pond at the Open Championship for the 150th time at St. Andrews. Just a quick overview, nutshell, not verbatim. Tiger basically said the LIV players turned their back on the PGA Tour, and McIlroy said it'll be better for the Open if a non-LIV player ends up winning this. Those were basically the highlights of the two things they said yesterday.
Of course, Rory is a non-LIV player.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yes.
So what do you think of Tiger saying you guys basically turned your back on the PGA Tour, and he didn't understand how you guys are not going to value playing in majors down the road, painting a picture that somewhere down the road they won't be able to qualify for these majors?
I think there are a handful of guys historically you could say the PGA Tour is what it is because of these guys. And I don't mean this to be an exclusive list, but I think, Byron Nelson, Ben Hogan, Sam Snead, Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger Woods would certainly be in that group. So I can see how a guy like Tiger who feels like, and Tiger did not say this, but I'll say it, those guys were playing for the money they were playing for on the PGA Tour and had the visibility they had on the PGA Tour because of Tiger Woods. So, that's almost like I help you guys build this house, and I probably could have made more doing my own thing too. Now, I had the brand bigger than anybody, but you know what? I still came out and played on the PGA Tour. I didn't fight to play less tournaments.
But we don't know that. I mean, Tiger didn't have those options. My only problem, and I agree. I mean, Tiger has done for the game of golf what nobody else has ever done. My only problem with it is This is the example of if somebody gives you an opportunity to be in their kitchen, a chef does, and you learn under them and you have an opportunity to open your own restaurant, or you go work for a law firm and you get out, you open your own law firm. I mean, this is opportunity for these guys, whether you agree with it or not.
Interesting comparison on the the payouts and everything are so much bigger because of the Tiger effect, and now they're sort of turning their back on that, but they're doing it for more money. And Tiger did skip a lot of events. I mean, he picked and he was very smart in the way he chose where to play and not play.
He was, but you never, Tiger, and he had some open criticism of Jay Monahan not too long ago and the PGA Tour. But Tiger was never one of those guys, at least on the front lines or in front of the cameras, that was fighting to lift on restrictions on how many tournaments they should play, which a lot of these guys are doing. Tiger still went out and played tournaments. He didn't play in every one of them. No, he did not.
He at least got over the minimum that the requirement was
which
out
I think
there.
was 15 most of his career. I think that's the number.
Rockstar has a viewing menu every day on the show. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art is the great folks who bring us some of the great sports moments. You Georgia fans who watch us over in Atlanta and that area right now, a great Daniel Moore piece about your national championship. And I think somehow you can go back and get a tribute from the first national championship, a piece that sold out, the Herschel Walker piece, but they got a little something happening there. Go to the website and check that out. But a lot of things going on with New Life Art.
Yeah, hey, for 40 years, Daniel A. Moore has been bringing you great work from our friends at New Life Art. For more information, you can go to danielmooreart.com. And remember, they've got that incredible piece right now. They've signed the NIL deal with Bryce Young, limited edition Crimson Connection. There's only a few left that are signed from Bryce Young. For more information, again, danielmooreart.com. But check out the Crimson Collection right now. You can order online.
7 p.m. on Paramount, you got a trilogy. You got all 3 movies tonight. What's the trilogy you think was fantastic from beginning, middle, and end?
Not The Godfather.
Okay, Brown's going to say The Godfather.
No, it's not terrific.
Porky's 1, 2, and 3.
No, but
they made it 3.
But when you do that, I think John Wick, all 3 have been really, really good. But when The Godfather 3, I get it.
Yeah, 1 and 2 are fantastic.
Yeah, but when you add it the A+, and then a C.
If I grade the whole series, yes.
Yeah, Taken 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, he needs to just stay off the streets. Meet the Parents, Meet the Fockers, and then Little Fockers.
I never saw Little Fockers.
I never
Meet
saw
the
Little
Fockers
Fockers.
was so disappointing.
I saw Meet the Parents. Wasn't Dustin Hoffman Ben Stiller's dad?
Yeah,
And Barbra
yes.
Streisand was his mom.
Yep. And they
Never saw
were
it.
like hippie, live off the land type people.
Meet the Parents was so good.
is one of the great comedies of our
It really
lifetime.
is.
Out of nowhere. And then 8 p.m. on Nat Geo for Lance, Shark Week. Counting Sharks, looking at the great white population off the coast of California. Counting Sharks.
3,
Counting
4,
sharks.
5.
I don't have any. You're at the pool, Frank.
I can't count anymore
And
because it bit my fingers off.
I'm going to start counting crows.
Okay.
Hey, speaking of crow, Buster had something I've
Holy
never heard
crow.
before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, he's a farmer, so you would think he'd go holy cow, but he went holy crow.
Holy crow.
That's when I'm really surprised. And then finally, Netflix, a new comedy special from hilarious man Bill Burr, live at Red Rocks, somewhere I'd love to see a concert. I don't know if I want to see a comedian at
Me
Red
neither,
Rocks.
but I would like to see a
love
concert
to see
there.
a concert at Red Rocks.
Yeah, me too. Why don't we do a show from there?
There you go, on the way to the Pac-12
Well,
media
Pac-12's
days.
going to be dead.
Boy, Dunaway's spending money.
Here's my T-shirt design that was not allowed to be entered into the competition.
Buster said it was over.
Buster said it was over.
Yeah, he wouldn't have sold any, but
I wouldn't have sold any of those. Braves fans would have eaten that up if they were in first place. Buster said it was over.
Unfortunately for the Braves fans, they've not made first place yet. We don't know.
All right. A lot more still to come on the show. When we come back, we will do our 4 downs today. LT has that for us, and we'll talk a little Barons baseball later. And we're at the Barons game tonight, so that's what we'll be talking about. All that still to come right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Georgia won the 2021 National Championship. Alabama won the SEC title. The road back to the ATL starts next week in Atlanta with SEC Media Days, and the next round will be there live. Our coverage daily is presented by Precision Sports Medicine, also by Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and Dr. Pepper. The kickoff to the college football season starts Monday, live in Atlanta on The Next Round.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our buddy Greg Nelson, he does more than just roofs. He paints Rockstar's nursery and a lot of other stuff.
It's amazing.
It is crazy.
Awesome.
It's a great story. I mean, he also helped you with something else outside
my roof.
His actual job.
And your roof as well. Yeah. If you've got a roof issue and you need help, or if you just need that roof inspected, Greg Nelson will do it for you, and he'll do it at the same price he did it for Rockstar, a free no-cost roof inspection. A free no-cost roof inspection. You can call Greg today, 205-542-3531. This is his cell number. He may be on the roof and won't answer. Leave a voicemail, or you can just text him, 205-542-3531. 888-888-3531, a free no-cost inspection. Then he's got great pricing after that if you end up needing some roof repairs done. Or if you have storm damage ever, have that number on standby. He'll take care of you. Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company for over 20 years now. They've got great warranties and a lot more. It is Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Couple of football notes for you. Condoleezza Rice, now part of the ownership group of the Denver Broncos. There are actually some people, I saw Dennis Dodd, I don't know if he was joking about this, but there was a conversation at one point that if there was a college football commissioner, that Condoleezza Rice would have been in the running for that. Now, we're a long way away.
I've heard that mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, we're a long way away from there ever being a college football commissioner, but Condoleezza Rice is that well respected. She's now part of the ownership group with the Broncos. And another note for SEC football fans who watch the SEC on CBS every Saturday at 2:30 with now Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson, Jamie Erdahl, who we had told you earlier this year was going to Good Morning Football on the NFL Network, they have replaced her with Jenny Dell, who started her career, that the first time I saw her was covering the Red Sox for ESN, Nesson, and has been working on that second crew with CBS. She now gets bumped up to the main broadcast and a big addition to the SEC crew. So a familiar name there coming to the SEC on CBS. We're in Atlanta on Monday for SEC Media Days.
Hey, one of our favorite guys, a guy that's been with us for decades from Mortgage Rights, Tanner Allen joins us. Looks like he's in Augusta right now. It's quite the backdrop there, Tanner.
Yeah. Actually, I think through the trees, you guys at studio, it's not maybe a mile or two, by the way, the pro flies.
We are. Yeah, we get to see you a little bit. Look, everybody's talking about it, man. Inflation is out in full force. More than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. I've heard people say, man, I'm going to sell my house and rent. Is it time to buy or is it time to rent?
Yeah, it's something we hear a lot. And I think there's a quick answer on it. There's no doubt that rent is still outpacing the cost of buying a home. If you've listened, you know that inflation's up, interest rates have risen, but the cost of buying a home is still cheaper than the cost of renting. I think there's an article last month or the end of June that came out and said that the average rent's now over $2,000 a month to rent a home. That's money that's getting pitched away towards rent every month. So the great thing about owning a home is building equity, but then also you're locking in a payment that's not going to go up from there. The great news is you may have the opportunity and likely will have the opportunity for it to go down if rates do drop. There's an opportunity there to take advantage of it. So that's pretty cool. So we feel like it still makes sense, and I think most homeowners do too.
You mentioned equity. Chances are if you own a home and can hear us, your equity has never been higher. Is it a good time to tap into that right now, Tanner?
Yeah. Hey, it certainly depends on what the situation is. If you're walking into what could be a pretty difficult financial future here in the next 6 months to a year with potential recession and some of the things you hear, I certainly wouldn't walk into that. If I had equity available in my home, I would consider using some of that equity to possibly pay off consumer debt or maybe some things that have gotten out of the hand, credit cards and that kind of thing over the last year. I think at the very least, it makes sense to talk maybe with one of our people and lay out some options of what a payment looks like. If it's something that'll save $500 or $1,000 a month to combine or consolidate some debt, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think most homeowners will find that too.
Yeah, and now I want to sort of piggyback off that. You said talk to one of your folks there. So if I've got questions, just questions, I can call you guys up and you sort of walk me through some options, right?
No doubt. I mean, that's so in the local market, our Birmingham-based office, 205-815-9200 is the phone number. Pick up the phone, write it down. You can dial it right now. We've got local experts who this is all they do all day is work up payments, break-even quotes, and things like that for clients. They really know all the options before they take another step, Jim. And that's the key, is to give them the information to make an informed decision. If somebody's outside of the local market we think about being Birmingham Metro, go to mortgageright.com. You've got resources, and chances are we have an office in your area or close to you if you want to work with somebody kind of in your local area. That's one of the things we provide. And so there's certainly no obligation to find out exactly what we can offer you.
Okay, Tanner, so one more from me, because this happened to me recently. I love my home, but I want to renovate. I need new deck, and you know the price of lumber right now. I really don't have the cash to come out of pocket. What are steps you guys can do to, put that loan out there for somebody?
Yeah. There's specifically a couple products that are offered through the big agencies, and Fannie Mae and FHA. And one's a home style renovation. It's a renovation loan we offer, and it allows a homeowner, you've got plans, you've got a builder, you've got all these great ideas, but it certainly costs money to do that. We'll start a loan process. We'll basically take your current mortgage and what it costs to do the new thing, to do the renovation. We'll put those together into one loan based on the future value of the home, what it's going to be after you add that addition, after you finish a deck. We'll do it based on that future value. It's going to be the absolute cheapest way to complete a construction project. It's going to make a lot of sense, and it's going to fall into that one fixed rate and one payment every month, instead of having multiple obligations or financing that on credit cards or using savings in a situation where it may make more sense just to do it in a mortgage where it's possibly tax deductible.
Well, I'm going to be calling you guys next week.
A new deck at LT.
All right,
I gotta have
I love it.
Hey,
I love it.
I swear every time I go out to grill, I step around. I'm afraid I'm going to fall through the deck, which is a little scary. So we got to figure this thing
You
out.
can fix that, man. Nothing to it.
Tanner Allen, great guys. Tanner, Joe, Chris, they have grown this thing from TJC to Mortgage Right. Wherever you can hear us, they can do a mortgage for you. Again, don't rent. It's time to buy. These guys at least can answer all of your questions. Call them at Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200. That's 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Thank you, Tanner.
Thanks, guys.
See, NMLS 2239, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
You got that memorized?
I do have that memorized, yes.
God, I always have to read it every time I say it. I have to read it fast. It's really quick. All right, still to come. We've got 4 downs. We'll talk a little Barons baseball, but if you have not paid attention to our schedule, tonight we're down at Regions Field. More on that in a second, but the first 1,000 adults get a Barons t-shirt tonight, and it's a $1 hot dog night, so a lot of fun down there. We'll talk Barons baseball in the next segment. But Thursday, we're in Trussville, Axe downtown Trussville, with our friends at Hemphill. We're out there 4 to 5. So if you're at Regions tonight, say hi to us. Rockstar's singing the 7th inning stretch. If you're in Trussville on Thursday, 4 to 5, come see us there. And one other note, August 16th is our kickoff party and anniversary party. We're changing locations. We're moving it from Walk-Ons 280, 119 to Walk-Ons Hoover, near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons Hoover, near the Hoover Met. So we'll be out there as well. So August 16th, Walk-Ons Hoover for our kickoff and anniversary party. Much more when we roll on right here on The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 280, 119, and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union, is federally insured by the NCUA.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an All-Star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, at the Barons game tonight, 1,000 adults, first 1,000 through the gate. Gates open at 6 o'clock. You get a Barons t-shirt. $1 hot dogs night. I would love tonight if at some point the Barons, before Rockstar sings in the 7th inning stretch, somebody from the Barons walks up to us and say, we're out of hot dogs. The Next Round crew ate us out of hot dogs. All the Next Round fans at Regents ate us out of hot dogs.
I hope I get mine first. The manager of the Barons with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Justin Jirschele with us. Skip, what's up? How are you today?
Good, guys. How about yourselves?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Rockstar is singing the 7th inning stretch. As the manager, does it really matter to you how he does it?
It doesn't, but now finding this information out, I'm going to have to make sure I lock in and pay attention to this one. Because I'll be honest, a lot of them I don't.
Well, you grew up. Yes, yeah, I like the honesty. You grew up in Wisconsin, so I would imagine you were exposed to a lot of Cubs games there. If he does Harry Carey style, do you think that would go over well?
That's tough to say. I don't know the crowd too well here in Birmingham, how they would react to that. You know, if hopefully we got a lot of White Sox fans here, so I'm hoping you'd get booed.
Oh, that's right. Rockstar, it is a White Sox crowd. They'll boo Harry Carey. I didn't think about that.
Any reaction is a good reaction.
That's right, as long as they get your name right.
You are a young manager, though. I don't even think you're 32 yet. You played here less than a decade ago. Are the same favorite bars and restaurants when you were in Birmingham still here?
You know, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time as a player here. But yeah, it's unbelievable. Just coming back now, not too many years later, and seeing how much things have grown up around here. I think when I played here, the only thing, you know, for instance, in the outfield was the Children's Hospital, and now just, you know, as I sit here in the dugout right now, looking out, like, it's crazy how much the downtown is built up, and they're doing such a good job with it, and it's really fun to be here.
So wait. I thought maybe you played at the Hoover Met. You're still young enough. You actually played at the new stadium downtown. That is insane to me.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to play at the Hoover.
Okay.
Well, when you're of age, we can take you out drinking one night. we'll need to see an ID or something. So, I mean, have you come across, in your managerial career yet, have you come across a Kevin Costner character who is actually older than you, or someone who's your exact same age? How do you bridge that gap of being the boss, the skipper, and also being a contemporary with these guys?
Yeah, I think maybe I've had one or two guys, mainly major league rehab guys, that have been older than me. But other than that, a few guys here and there that are close, but still I got them by a year or two. It's just gaining their respect as soon as they walk in the door. And it's not a, hey, listen, this is how I'm going to do things. This is how you're going to do things. I'm the boss. Like I said, just kind of gaining that respect. They know I'm going to be laid back with them. And try to get the most out of them, obviously, on a daily basis. But like I said, just gaining that respect right from the get-go, that they know I got their backs, and it makes it a lot easier to transition that way.
Your dad, Mike, coaching professionally for over 30 years, including 6 years as KC's third base coach. He's got a couple of rings. How often do you lean on him for advice?
Oh, all the time. All the time. We talked last night for about an hour. We talk a lot. Just certain things that come up in my game and things that come up in his game. And, I'll maybe ask questions about something that he saw that night at his game that he's explaining. Or, there's times I'll write stuff down during our game to ask him because, he's kind of my escape. I feel comfortable going to him with certain questions if I feel like I really missed the ball on something or maybe really made a big mistake that haunted us. And, and more times than not, when I do feel that way, he'll say, yeah, I've done that before many times.
Justin Jirschele with us, the manager for the Birmingham Barons, will be there tonight as the Barons are in town. You can get tickets down there at Regents Field. You are from Clintonsville, Wisconsin, population 4,500 roughly. Is there anything Clintonville, Wisconsin, and Birmingham have in common?
I'd like to say just how nice people are. The hospitality. I'd like to think that's how we were raised in our hometown of treating people the right way, and that blue collar mentality and doing things the right way and whatnot. I'd like to say that's the biggest comparison for me. Obviously, size of city is not nowhere close. So you kind of get those small town feels. You don't get them too much here in Birmingham.
We fry our food better, though, right?
I don't know, cheese curds, man, they're big up there.
Yeah, you don't fry your cheese curds better, but everything else, I'd say yes.
Okay. All right.
And I pray like heck this doesn't get back home.
Nah, nobody listens to us up there. 7:05 first pitch, Biscuits Barons tonight, Regents Field. We'll be there. We're doing a live show from there before the game. Rockstar singing the seventh inning stretch. Justin, man, it's a pleasure to talk with you. Best of luck tonight and the rest of the season.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot for having me, and good luck, Rockstar. Don't screw it up.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah. So we expect him to screw it up.
Tip your cap to me.
Will do.
Thanks, Justin. Take care. Justin Jirschele, the manager of the Birmingham Barons, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, poll question. Do we think that Brown nailed his name both times and he just didn't correct us, or he's that nice of a guy, or did he mess it up and he's just nice and didn't correct Brown?
I told Brown right before we came out, I think it's Jirschele.
It's Jirschele. I'm just going by the pronunciation I've been given by the Birmingham Barons.
Okay. Final segment coming up. In our final segment, we'll do 4 downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. That's in our final segment coming up. This part of the show brought to you by Odie's. When the skipper is old enough to go hang out, he can go hang out at Trivia Night, which is tomorrow night.
Yeah, and Rockstar will be playing music there. Do you get more nervous when you have to tune up the guitar and play at Odie's, or tonight for 7th inning stretch?
Well, I've never done something like this tonight, but this is almost like where I'm playing a character.
Okay. Fair enough. Odie's team trivia, though, tomorrow night. Mark it down. Come out and see us. Get there early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. Come see us. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Four Downs every day, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Locally owned and operated, 4 locations, soon to be a 5th location for you. Get in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More wins in 2022, Mississippi State or the Carolina Panthers?
Even with the recent trade of Baker Brown, I'm going to take Mississippi State. Better quarterback situation for the level they're on.
Yeah, it feels like 6 or 7 right here. I think I'm going to go State with 7.
I'll go State with 7 or 8. I mean, Matt Wyatt earlier on the show said he thinks Mississippi State's really good this year.
Yeah, I think they're really good too. I went through their schedule though, and I think they're going to be favored in at least 6 games. But boy, the schedule, getting Georgia and Kentucky out of the East is so difficult. I'm going to lean Panthers here.
Second down.
More total touchdowns, Will Rogers or Tom Brady?
Oh, I'll go Will Rogers.
Yeah, I'll go Will Rogers. I think this is one you get suckered into. That Tom Brady's the GOAT, but the college quarterback seems to throw more touchdowns than the NFL quarterback.
Well, I think he had 38 last year, but I think Brady still had in 40s.
Yeah, but I think that was one of Brady's statistically his best years ever.
Yeah.
I don't think it happens again.
I would agree. I go Will Rogers.
Third down.
Current job longer, Leach or Kiffin?
I mean, that's tough because of you don't know about moving on to another job for Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, but I think those jobs have shrunk just because of how much he's getting paid at Ole Miss now. I think I'm inclined to say Kiffin in this one. I could see Leach retiring soon. He just strikes me as a guy that would randomly retire.
Yeah.
So I'd go Kiffin.
You would go Kiffin. I will go Leach. But close. I mean, Leach could, step down at any time. I just feel like Lane has one more move in him. Except we say this every time I say Lane has one more move in him. What big job's about to open? We hired 30 new coaches last year, and a lot of them were big name programs.
Yeah, and the big programs want to hire Lane Kiffin. That's an unknown. I'll go Leach. Just
fourth down.
Bill Cosby, 85 today. Has there ever been a bigger surprise in the world of entertainment? This could be a topic one day, but I mean that was
what Bill Cosby became.
Yeah, that was maybe one of the most shocking things we've ever seen, right?
Well, that it was kept for so long, for not
Well,
really
and,
talked about,
and then it was Cliff Huxtable. I mean,
Yeah.
a guy that complained
America's
about Chris Rock and his language that he used, and Lisa Bonet doing Angel Heart.
Yeah, but absolutely. At one point, that was portrayed as wholesome American television.
Yeah, the all-American dad, Cliff Huxtable.
Meanwhile, that was going on in the undercurrent, and that was going on at the same time.
The only thing I can think about is one of the most charismatic guys was O.J. Simpson.
I was about to say that's the equivalent I can think of.
Yeah.
When that O.J. news broke, you're like, what?
Yeah, I still didn't believe it. I mean, until you started hearing more and more of the facts coming out.
I mean, I did. I said they're screwed up here. They're talking to OJ over by that tree, watching live coverage of him in his house. They're talking to him. Why are they talking to OJ?
I remember.
Surely they
because,
don't think OJ did this.
The story broke during the early rounds of the U.S. Open, and I remember watching that U.S. Open when they broke in. I think Bob Lee broke in with the news, and I'm like, that is impossible. It's not true. OJ freaking Simpson? They've got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Not offhand.
I mean, not more than OJ. Not off the top of my head. You?
I mean, Jared from Subway was pretty bad.
Oh, that was another one. Oh, forget about that one.
Did not think about
I
that.
thought the guy just ate sandwiches and probably played video games.
Little did we know.
That's another good one.
Now he's in the clink.
Yeah.
And the guy, was it the guy who did the Gong Show back when I was a kid? Didn't he have a freaky side?
Oh,
Freaky
yeah.
side.
I want to say Bill Barr, but it's not Bill Barr. What is his name? You're talking about the guy, he's kind of crazy and talking like this. He's got salt and pepper hair.
Chuck Barris?
Yeah, Chuck Barris.
Didn't Chuck Barris have was he not into
I think the Hogan's
mob and
Hero guy
pornography?
had something going on.
Or maybe it was him. Maybe it was the Hogan Hero guy.
Yeah, some kind of sexual underworld and ended up getting killed.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers with all those Vietnam kills.
Yeah, that's a good urban legend.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's our show today. Oh, no. We got 4 more minutes. More conversation here. That's our 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at anything bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
That's not me. It's a normal break time, except the final segment would go a little longer here. They're saying Bob Crane, that's the Hogan Hero guy.
Right.
Chuck Barris says Stacy. John says Screech.
Well, Screech just, I mean, he did fall apart a little bit, right?
He lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sadly, he was only thing he could get casted in was Saved by the Bell, and started going to the alternate route for film.
Yeah.
And then got in a little trouble threatening somebody with a knife. Yeah, so he had.
But didn't he end up? He's dead, right?
Yeah, he had throat cancer. Like he had cancer, and it was like surprised. Like they said, diagnosis was this day, and then like a month later, he was dead.
John says Seventh Heaven dead. Now, Seventh Heaven was a religious-based show who gave us Justin Timberlake's wife.
Jessica Biel.
Jessica Biel was a daughter on that show,
She was.
right?
I remember Seventh Heaven being on TV, but the dad, I can't remember what happened to the dad.
I can't either.
But no, there was something.
I think it was child things.
Yeah.
John says Michael Landon. What happened to Michael?
No, he died of cancer. I don't think there was any controversy.
Yeah. Not that I know of, anyway. Interesting question there. So he's 85 and is in jail, right?
Yeah, he ain't getting out.
Yeah. 85 years old and in
It's
prison.
hard to believe he's going to be taken out in one of those, literally a pine, just generic box.
What did we call it? The backdoor exit or something like that? It was in trash one day.
That's when you die in prison.
Yeah.
Man, and they usually unmarked grave.
Yeah, that won't happen for him, but Marv Albert says JM.
But Marv Albert was just into some kinky stuff.
He was just biting people on the back.
Remember Oscar De La Hoya got pictures he was wearing fishnets? And he said it was photoshopped or something like that. And then they finally go, yes, I was wearing fishnets. It was a big deal like 10 years ago.
I don't remember that, but based on who he's dating now, it doesn't surprise me.
By the way, also birthday today, Richard Simmons is 74.
Did we ever get a confirmation? I think we've got some kind of stake.
Y'all do?
We do. I've got Richard Simmons heading to heaven first, and you have Charlie Sheen.
Or it might be the other way around. Are you sure?
I'm almost 100% sure. I'd go 99%.
Well, anyway, I mean, I don't know where Richard Simmons
He
is.
hadn't come out of it. Like he has like a
So we don't have proof of life, though, do we?
a caretaker or something that does. He doesn't leave the house. Like he hadn't made a public appearance in forever.
Yeah, so we need some proof of life on him.
He's not doing any aerobics?
No, he used to do Stern show all the time. He's a great guest on Stern, but nothing for years.
He's listed as an entrepreneur.
Who, Richard Simmons?
Yeah, and I do
Really
have
good
Richard
shorts.
Simmons. You have Charlie Sheen in that one.
So I got Charlie Sheen living longer or dying first?
Dying first. First to die.
Well, we haven't seen much Charlie Sheen lately either.
You have not. That's in the listed on our stake bet at nextroundlive.com under the category just wrong stake bets.
Where do we stand on those anyway? Somebody was asking earlier. I have no idea.
Stake bets?
I think you're 2 up. I'll have to go back and check that out. But I think you're 2 up. Of the most 2 recent ones, you've won 2 in a row, it seems like, to get to 2 up. So that's our show today. Just wrong state bets. I was looking. The ones that are just wrong are not that wrong anymore. Tennessee gets to 10 wins before Timberlake and Bill get divorced.
Hey, that could go down this year. Tennessee's got 10-win potential.
I've got Tennessee with 10 wins.
Yeah.
And
You know what else
Timberlake's
could
not
go
getting
down?
divorced.
What?
They had divorce.
Yeah, they've lived through a lot. That one has stood some tests.
Okay.
More so than Tennessee football.
I will not comment, LT, because I'd like to win that stake. Tomorrow, we are back here live at 9. But again, tonight with the Barons, Regions Field. Brownie and I will get out there just before 5. The show starts at 5:30, so get your alerts on, like and subscribe everything. And on the video platforms, we'll do Ask Us Anything show for about an hour. And it's 1,000 adults. First 1,000 through the gates at 6 p.m. We'll get a Birmingham Barons t-shirt. Then it's Dollar Dog Night as we enjoy a night of summer with our friends at the Birmingham Barons. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.